Russia to stop the war in Ukraine looms tomorrow. Secretary of State Marco Rubio tells Fox Business.
Hopefully, if things continue to progress, an opportunity will present itself very soon for the president to meet both with Vladimir Putin and with President Zelensky at some point here, hopefully in the near future.
Now, a short time ago, Russia announced there will be a meeting, perhaps next week, between Presidents Trump and Putin. The man already charged with murdering two Israeli embassy employees outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in May, now facing federal hate crimes charges. That's what Elias Rodriguez was heard shouting after he was arrested. He could face the death penalty. United planes are flying again as the airline catches up to a technical glitch that grounded flights last night for several hours, canceling and delaying more than 1,200, leaving a lot of passengers stuck in Chicago, Denver, Newark, and Houston.
I'm a little irritated because we're ready to go home.
There are residual issues. More than 100 United flights canceled today and more than 100 also delayed. America's listening to Fox News.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Friday Eve, thank God. We can see the weekend. Hey, weekend, I'm looking at you. Wink, wink.
Hey, what's your name?
It's Weekend.
I'm Weekend. Oh, hey. How's it going?
You got nice curves, Weekend. I like you a whole bunch. Let's go have an energy drink.
Let's go get a beer, Weekend. Let's go see where this goes.
That's exactly right. Today is National Purple Heart Day.
Oh, I knew you'd have some stupid day, but Purple Heart I'd give some respect to.
Yeah, exactly. How can you not?
Like I was wondering if it was going to be Care Bear Day or
so,
National Ice Cream Cone Day.
I was saving that for Kimmer.
Generic radio days. Everybody in radio has to tell you about what day it is.
No, this one's important. National Purple Heart Day.
Today is Fish Out the Turd Day. Oh, great.
It's Plumber Day.
And every day has like 6 or 7 different organizations that have some stupid day attached to it.
Oh, for sure. And if you break out like what day is today, I think there's a website, like what day is today, and there's 10,000 different things for every day that's been attached to it. It's silly. But just a big hand salute to our buddy Joey Jones, who is a Purple Heart recipient. And I know they're doing a cool observation at a bunch of the American Legions in town. So I know the Alpharetta one is at 6 p.m. because I remember the American Legion. So if you're out and about, man, go by there and just honor those people that have either been wounded or died in the defense of our great nation. But Joey is the only person that I know personally that is a Purple Heart recipient. So it's just really cool.
I would like to acknowledge that, but then also bring up that I'm going to be observing Aged Care Employee Day.
Exactly. Did you look up what day is today?
Yeah.
See, I told you.
So you're all worked up about the Purple Heart, and I'm just going to tell you that Aged Care Employee Day.
You know what?
Well, I'd like to wish both of you a happy Professional Speakers Day.
Well, see, there we go. Now we've got them all out. No, we don't got them all there because there's 15 more. I mean, you
don't want to acknowledge Cycle to Work Day?
No, I don't. Can you imagine trying to take a bicycle from your house to here or my house to here?
It'd be a bit of a problem.
It would be.
I don't think we'd survive that.
Not only is it a haul, but the danger
Wildly
involved.
Dangerous.
we would be wounded or injured.
Yes.
They
don't give you Purple Hearts for getting run over on 400 or 285.
I know. They should give you the Dumbass of the Day award for even attempting.
Like that's when the first responders and the police just show up and they just shake their heads.
Shake their heads. Oh my God!
Really? Did you really take your Schwinn out on 285?
Yeah, I'm not sure why in the world you got your mongoose out here, but anyway, yeah, man.
I would like to wish you a happy the beginning of the Great River Tug Fest.
See, where's Tug Fest?
I told you this day was stupid.
Port Byron, Illinois, and LeClaire, Iowa.
There you go.
So if you want to get out there,
I want to go to Tug Day.
the people are celebrating you.
I know. Good. I mean, why wouldn't you? Really? I mean, I deserve to be.
So, can I give you an update on Green Sex Toy Day?
Yes.
So I introduced this to my wife last night.
Wow.
Well,
She did not find those videos funny.
No.
In fact, she got on her high horse, her liberal high horse.
Oh no.
Well,
dude.
if somebody did that to your daughters, I'm like, nobody's throwing giant sex toys at high school players.
Yeah. No.
But if they did, I'd still be laughing.
It'd be kind of funny.
And if you did not see, and I think we have to acknowledge that when it comes to tracking this particular story, our current leader is Clay Travis. He did have an image from, it looked like the Houston game, where somebody had one in the stands waiting to throw it.
And did they apprehend them?
I don't believe that it ever went to the field, so it never became an issue. But we now have not only the person who did it in Atlanta, but then the following person. I think he looks just like a total dork, who threw it on the court the other night. So yeah, I don't know if this trend is going to continue if these prosecutions do.
Yeah, I'm thinking it'll slow down a little bit. Something about a.
You wouldn't find it funny if your daughter. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
They wouldn't, but it's hilarious.
I'd be surprised.
And then the next thing from her silly liberalness. They don't do that at men's games. I was like, yeah, they do. This is called the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah,
it couldn't be more men than NFL.
One of the biggest brands in all the world.
Oh, it's hard living with somebody who thinks this way sometimes.
I know.
Because sometimes it's just funny.
It is.
You know?
Really
it
funny.
Doesn't have to go through the political microscope. It's just funny.
But dude, on the left, there's no humor. That's
all
not
these
allowed.
rules. All these
You
rules.
got to jump through hoops. Gosh, man. Yeah.
You don't understand. These women are fighting for more money. Like,
right, but how about earn some money? How about make some money before you try to take?
I'm with you.
That's the thing that's the most annoying.
In the meantime, I'm not saying I'm a supporter. I'm an observer of sex toy on the court every evening day. That's the day I'm looking forward to.
I'm looking for the highlights on ESPN.
It's a Purple Heart Day. I'm like, I'm looking for something different. If it's purple, it's more funny.
You're looking for Green Donger Day.
Purple Donger on the field day.
That's right.
Awesome.
And did you see that lady? I'm sure you did. The WNBA player, Diana Taurasi, says she's got to go to a communist country to get paid enough to play basketball. She said the janitor gets paid as much as she does. Okay. You're losing $40 million or whatever the crazy number is. These people are exhausting. They're just exhausting, dude.
Well, at least they have a court that I can see people throw this thing at.
Yeah. All right. Can you imagine, though, if we were just losing money hand over fist?
And then you went to the boss's office and you were like, you owe me.
Don't you know what I'm worth? Yes, I see it. I can see it. I know exactly what you're worth.
It's like I have this thing called a balance sheet, and we seem to got a little bit of problem here.
You're bending it up real bad with your lack of production. Gosh, man.
So I'm sure you had different plans for this segment when you went into Purple Heart.
No, I was just merely going to point that out because we have a friend who's a Purple Heart recipient. And it's the one of the days that actually matter. That's named. It's not Ice Cream Day or take your
White House Day.
Yeah, take Tug to Work Day or whatever you said.
Take your Tug to Work Day. Come on, little guy, let's go.
I don't want to go again. I got to go again. Come on.
Tug doesn't even really say anything in your office. Like, he just sits in the corner, and every now and then you're like, Tug, what do you think about that?
That's great. That's great. That's great.
Just thumbs up.
Oh.
Tug, printer's broken. Thumbs up.
No, that's thumbs down.
Why'd you bring Tug to work? Because he thumbs up everything.
Yeah, he's very supportive.
Tug, we lost that deal. It's a 6-figure deal. Thumbs up.
Things are going to get better from here. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Now go ask for a raise. You lost the 6-figure deal. Now go ask for a raise.
I still remember, and now this goes back to like 2007, 2008. I still remember the woman who was crying in the middle of the office. This is right when the housing crisis was starting.
Here?
No, this was at another company.
Oh, got it.
But the Kroger deal, Kroger had just called and canceled. And they were the station's biggest advertiser at the time.
Uh-oh.
And I want to say they were spending somewhere of like $500,000 a year.
Big number.
And she's just weeping there, just crying her eyes out. And I'm kind of looking over. I'm like, did somebody like pass away? They're like, no.
No, she gets 10%.
She lost the Kroger deal,
and it's 10%.
And I went, oh, that's bad.
That's terrible news. Am I next?
And I was about to say, I was like, by the time that I was like getting to the door, I'm like, who's first?
I wonder what this means for all of us.
It was a bad scenario.
But think about that and juxtapose that with the WNBA. They're just money is
losing crazy money.
I mean, just flooding out. It's like a dam is broken as the money just flows out. And those players, which are very good players, I'm not saying they're not very good. They're excellent players. You're losing crazy money and you're banging on the boss's door going, I'm not getting paid enough. Yes, you're right. You're not. And as soon as we can turn a profit, we're gonna pump that up, man. We're gonna do better. They have the opportunity now with NIL. They can do all kinds. I mean, they're making crazy. Caitlin Clark makes double, triple what she makes.
The league revenue is $200 million, which you're going to say, wow, okay, that must be absolutely great. The problem is the operating expenditure is still $250 million.
Yeah, exactly. So they're losing $50 million.
This is what goes on.
They're losing $50. No other business can work like the government and the WNBA. Those are the only ones that can operate at a loss like that. Those are the only one because the WNBA subsidized by the NBA and the government subsidized by you and me.
And if you would like to know the difference, the NBA, albeit with huge TV issues, all right? The NBA is not being watched by the amount of people that it was just a decade ago. And you can blame Adam Silver, you can blame LeBron James, you can blame the politics of the league, whatever it is. $11.3 billion is the league revenue.
Gosh, man.
WNBA $200 million, $11.3 billion. And they're not doing well.
That's all you need to know, man.
That's it. That's all it comes down to.
And that's the thing. That's why nobody takes these fools serious.
You can't.
Right, of course.
It's like it's just numbers.
But even people who, that don't keep up with sports, they're like, well, we know that this product's not good and nobody's watching. How can you demand a raise?
I think you have an issue when it comes to that sport. Because women's tennis doesn't have this issue.
Exactly.
Women's volleyball doesn't have this issue. Softball doesn't have this issue.
They just started a new softball league.
Yes. And the reason why, it's because those sports, when they're played by women and they're played at that level, still look like those sports.
The WNBA
does not.
No.
Doesn't look like what you see from men's basketball ever.
I watched
women's soccer is better off because of the way it's played.
No kidding. I watched a video of, I think it was Angel Reese trying to post somebody up and do some layups.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Dude, she didn't hit one.
Because it doesn't look like what you look like at Lifetime Fitness on like a Thursday afternoon.
I know. Dude,
you're like, how did she miss that?
Clay Travis has brought it up a million times. Give me a good high school basketball team. Just a good championship caliber high school basketball team. I'll put it against any team in the WNBA.
So in the meantime, if I'm watching the WNBA, which, right, by the way, Polymarket, who we bring up since last summer, Polymarket had all the betting odds, nailed it. Their betting odds were Donald Trump was going to win 7 swing states. We're like, there's no chance of that. And sure enough, Polymarket,
bam,
boom, got it all. Polymarket acknowledges now that the line of betting right now, there's more money being bet on the WNBA in terms of if there's going to be a sex toy and what color than on the actual game.
Oh my God, dude.
It is a cultural phenomenon right now. I mean, just enjoy it for that fact.
Right.
It's funny.
Because there's nothing else to enjoy.
And you know what? If you were doing it at an NBA game, I'd be laughing too.
It's the same way you're talking about the Bills and the Patriots.
Right. It's hilarious when you see the Bills players pointing and the Patriots going like, hey, get that thing off the field, man.
Get that thing off the field. Hey, ref. You have an issue?
Somebody go pick that thing up.
You got some tongs?
I'm telling you.
If you got or like when you pick up your dog's poop when you walk it and you have to do the little plastic bag and turn it inside out.
I'm telling you, that Indiana Fever player who just the look on her face of just starting to laugh of like, is that really? Oh my God.
Oh, it is. It is. I even sent Lois this picture.
You did send me a funny picture
yesterday, and it was it was what appeared to be one of those toys that show up on the floor or at an NFL game. And this is it appears to be going through, we'll call it a weight station or something because it's being carried and it's gigantic, right? And it's in that shape. Dre, I don't know if you can see it, but it's in the shape of what we've been talking about landing on the WNBA floor. And the text at the bottom, just spotted this about a mile from a WNBA arena.
So Clay Travis ended up doing an interview.
I just giggled to myself for 15 minutes about that picture.
With one of the people that has been leading this charge of doing this at games. And so he took a picture of what the Zoom call link was. Yeah. So it's one of these toys with a pair of sunglasses on it. That's right. And it just says it's one of the green leaders.
And it needs to have that little music behind it. You know, when they put the glasses, those same glasses on Trump. It's so good.
So here's the fun part. Clay Travis said, I did not know any members or identification details, but they did say they provided proof of, I was going to say Wildo, in advance of last night at the baseball game tonight. So I'm confident that these are the guys. They say they're intending to commit crimes and don't believe they have. They don't believe they're committing crimes, and they don't believe they're committing any crimes. And they will fight charges in court if they are charged. Yeah. So this is at the Miami Marlins Houston game, and they had sent Clay Travis a picture of here's where we're sitting and here's when we're going to launch this thing.
Oh my God, that's great!
So yeah,
this Marlins game,
and it's just funny that the guy who currently hosts the biggest radio show in the country, and obviously plugged in his sports at the way that Clay Travis is,
sure,
that they've chosen him as the conduit.
He's the mouthpiece
to let them know about what they're up to.
Here, you can tell people.
You can't stop us. We're everywhere.
Here's where to look next. God's great. So good. I know we've giggled probably way too much, but it's a Thursday.
Fun.
It is a Thursday, and we're glad that you're here. The lines are open if you want to talk about this WNBA story. Or if you want to talk about these people. Do you feel like that it is a crime? Because
is it insulting in any way?
It's a humorous crime, if it is indeed a crime. Which I mean,
something that's now taken us away from talking about Sydney Sweeney.
Yes, I know, right? How about that? And who would have thought a third D has landed, and he's got it sitting on his desk. Clay Travis is doing it from his
doing his outkick video hit.
Yeah, that he does daily.
Giant green thing on his desk.
Dude, hysterical. It's absolutely genius.
Will a giant blank arrive tonight? My sources say yes. Keep your heads on a swivel. Plot continues to thicken.
Keep your head on a swivel, because you never know if they short throw it or short arm it. That thing liable to slap you as it rolls out on the floor.
This is going to be funny for a couple weeks and it'll get old, but I'm going to enjoy it for the time being.
Yes, ride the wave, man. Ride the wave while it's here. We'll talk about something serious next, I swear. It's early. It's a Thursday. You can't ever tell what happens on Thursday. Los has got, what are you drinking over there?
It's a new Friday. Oh, it's a Monster Energy
drink. And I've got my old Rain energy drink. Dre, you got an energy drink?
I had a 5-hour energy earlier.
Let's
he's good to go.
Freaking go. We're wide open.
Take you to 10.
That's right. as fast as we can get you there. The difference in Trump's populist movement and the one rising on the left is next on Extra.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Good morning, Mike. What you eating?
You gotta try this.
I can hear you crunching from the next cube over.
This is amazing. I just discovered it this weekend at Lidl. It's Greek Goddess Gourmet Granola. They were sampling it, so I tried it. Then I bought 6 bags.
Wow. Is it cereal?
Can be, or an amazing trail mix. It's great for a meal or a snack.
What's in it?
Well, they have 2 flavors, maple oat and harvest nut, which is my favorite. It's made with whole grain oats, almonds, pecans, raisins, coconut, and the sweet taste of pure maple syrup. Maple oat is a simpler take on their delicious granola. It's got wholesome oats, plump raisins, coconut, and maple syrup.
That sounds healthy and delicious.
That's why I can't stop crunching, Susan.
Greek Goddess Gourmet Granola. It's a breakfast or on-the-go snack you can feel good about. It's dairy-free and gluten-free, and with only 2 grams of added sugar per serving, even your belly will love it. Pick some up at Lidl, Amazon, GreekGoddessGourmet.com, or at specialty stores near you.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Field service engineer positions offered by Electa Inc. in Atlanta, Georgia. Perform low-risk troubleshooting and repairs on the designated modality with a 50% success rate of diagnosing the problem while working within the escalation procedure. Requires up to 50% domestic travel. Requires a valid driver's license. Employee reports to Atlanta, Georgia, but may telecommute from any location in the U.S. Please submit resume to faith.gordon@elekta.com. Reference job ID 8648918.
Comfort that shows up day in, day out. That's what I want when I get home. Cozy Earth nailed comfort with their bamboo sheets. These sheets are game changers. They are incredibly soft, they're breathable, and temperature regulating. Tanya sleeps hot. I sleep cold. Somehow or another, both of us have found a way to sleep perfectly. It's really like magic. Cozy Earth's bamboo sheets wick away heat and moisture, helping you stay cool and cozy all night long. And their everywhere pant, next level. It's the go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing the kids, or doing nothing at all. They're clean cut, super stretchy, and unbelievably comfortable. Refined comfort meets real-world performance. Everyone I know who's tried Cozy Earth is hooked. Seriously, you'll wish you switched sooner. And there's no risk. 100-night sleep trial, 10-year warranty. Try them, wear them, love them, or send them back. But you're not going to because they're great. CozyEarth.com. Use the promo code BECK for up to 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. Built for real life. Made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. You can thank me later and tell them I sent you.
Saving you money, I'm Hillary Barsky. If you want to leave the workforce early, you might want to consider several unexpected possible snags in your plan. First, you should have a clear idea of how much you'll need to save and try to set aside at least that much during your working years. According to the Motley Fool, have a safe withdrawal strategy in place. The 4% rule is one common approach where you withdraw 4% of your savings in your first year of retirement. Then you increase this amount slightly each year to counter inflation. It's supposed to make your retirement savings last 30 years. However, it doesn't always work as planned. That's why some people prefer to be more conservative and use the 3.5% or 3% rule. Another thing to consider is that you might have trouble accessing your savings if you're 59.5 if you plan to retire before this age. If a long retirement is something you really want, you really need to anticipate and prepare for the challenges that could arise. Saving you money, Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
Donald Trump's America.
An announcement from the Department of Homeland Security says the Speedway Slammer is coming soon, the latest detention facility co-run by a state and federal agencies.
Bottom line is the state should play a role in this administration's efforts to remove public public safety threats from this nation as quick as possible.
Trump administration border czar Tom Homan says the Indiana Detention Center will house 1,000 beds.
I'd like to see bigger facilities that hold 4,000 or 5,000 people. Just creates more efficiencies.
But the administration is facing criticism for how migrants are housed at the so-called alligator Alcatraz facility in Florida, with reports detainees lack adequate medical care and sanitation.
I went down there, and what I found out is there's a lot of fake stories out there.
Homan says the administration needs at least 100,000 additional beds for deportation operations. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, August 7th. Over $1 billion in special tax refunds for Georgians have reached bank accounts. The Georgia Department of Revenue says over 3 million refunds have been processed, about 90% of all refunds to be issued. Officials say if you haven't yet received yours, all refunds are expected to be processed by October. Charges have been dropped against a Cobb County man who was accused of trying to kidnap a child at Walmart in Ackworth in March. 56-year-old Mahendra Patel says he was only trying to keep the child from falling out of a cart while directing the mother to the medicine aisle. Security footage supported Patel, showing the mother giving him a thumbs up during the exchange. The Georgia Department of Transportation is asking for public feedback on a proposed passenger rail line to connect Atlanta and Savannah. You can respond on the GDOT website. And the FBI Atlanta office says violent crime is trending downward. Nationally, violent crimes have fallen 4.5% so far in 2024. With Georgia showing an even bigger 10.5% drop. Today's weather partly cloudy with temperatures reaching the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Batya Unger Sargon. I think the world of her. I think she's a really smart lady. She calls herself the MAGA Democrat,
which they love. They love hearing that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you want to talk about turning into public enemy number one? That's how you do it.
She's like, I'm pretty left leaning. Y'all's gone crazy.
Y'all are off the deep end with craziness. She talks about the difference in Trump's populism and the rising communist populism coming out of the left with Mamdani and now Pocahontas Warren. And the stark comparison, and we've told you about this before, how they look down on you. But she clarifies, she even makes it even more clear. Listen.
What's happening is we're seeing an emergence of a left-wing populism to counter Donald Trump's right-wing populism. And the difference is this. It's in how you view labor and work. Donald Trump views labor and work as inherently dignified, which is where his whole immigration agenda comes from. If you allow millions of illegals to come into the country, it undercuts the value of the labor of the American worker. So if you love work and you think it gives dignity and you love America, you're going to have a right-wing populist model to try to protect the dignity of the labor of the American worker. Contrast that with Mamdaniism and now Elizabeth Warrenism. In their view, labor and work is inherently humiliating and undignified. We should allow millions of illegal workers to come in and undercut Americans in the labor force. Remember, Mamdani is anti-ICE. He fought Tom Homan in that clip. And you should then bolster the welfare state so that, these over-credentialed, downwardly mobile elites can stay at home in rent-controlled apartments and become podcasters. It's about work and it's about America. And those two things come together in how you view immigration.
Dude, they look down on you if you work with your hands. They've made it so clear. They hold no one who works with their hands in high regard. It as... oh, I've got to call someone to come do this work. They even speak the way that they speak about it. And they would rather you, Los, go to college, get a degree that doesn't do anything so they can indoctrinate you to also look down on people that work with their hands because you're elevated. You have this piece of paper that says you're better.
I feel like everything she just said was something that has been talked about on this radio station since we started talking about the effect that illegal immigration has on the American worker.
That's exactly right.
Like, she just happened to sum it all up into, here's why, here's what it's doing, and if you support this, here's what it's going to do to your labor force. There's nothing wrong. I mean, it's flat out what it is. No one wants to hear that on the left. They all want to talk about these people that, well, they're here for a better life. Sure. But they're also degrading yours.
That's right. And to prove that, we've used the example of the meatpacking facility in Nebraska when they had the raid of 100 people. The next day, when they're actually hiring Americans and have to up the wage that they're offering,
have to give legal wages.
The place is full. That's not just there's multiple examples of this. So you see it over and over and over again. Everywhere they tell you Americans won't do the work, given the opportunity and actual illegal wage, they're in.
You know what's actually a great job? Construction.
Yeah, it is.
Construction pays very well for those that actually do it. Now, there are companies that get the break of hiring people that are not supposed to be here. And so suddenly, oh, well, they're not going to complain about what they're getting. It's just what it is. But that work with your hands is looked at, just as you said, Tug. Oof, that's beneath me.
Totally. That's why they pushed college so hard.
Yeah.
They wanted you to feel the same way. And if they can get you in college and tell you that's the only way, that there is no other way to make a good wage and not have to be... Who wants dirt under their fingernails?
I love dirty jobs.
Yeah,
Micro.
the TV show Micro, yep.
Oh, the wild part about it is that, yeah, it's dirty jobs and what it is. But most of these people, it's like it's their company or they're making like a real living.
Yeah.
Whereas you do have, hey, I studied sociology and I live with my parents.
Yeah, in the basement, and I got no opportunity whatsoever.
Part of what we have going on here when we have our intern program during the summer, oftentimes is trying to talk them into not doing the things that aren't going to be available. Like when we had, was it Lucas and Meadow?
Meadow, yep.
And Meadow brought up communications, and I was like, it is going away. Like, it's going to be
AI
different.
is going to just absorb all that.
It's going to zap it.
That's right.
I was like, do this instead. I was like, just a suggestion, just trying to help out. But I think that ends up being if you're involved in the university system, again, there's benefits to it because it's still 4 years on your own, getting ready for life. You got to come out of there better than when you came in. And yes, that's partly his education. But if you're carrying $200,000 in student loan debt, I could argue that you didn't come out better than you went in.
Of course not. Absolutely not. What?
You're carrying a house.
Somebody's got to pay for that.
Yeah.
And it's going to be you.
You're carrying a house, yet you don't have a house.
We had Dr. Rich McCormick on. He told us a story about his son going and getting a 4-year degree. It's great. Now his son is going through a trade school to become an electrician. And we're breaking down after Rich was gone, after he told us that, which is so wise. So I actually had the same conversation based on what Dr. McCormick told us, U.S. Representative for Georgia's 7th District. I had the same conversation with my son, and it was a question or a hypothetical that you posed. Because, yeah, you can start a business as a guy with a 4-year degree, start a company doing electrical work. But if you can do the work too,
yes,
all of a sudden that cuts off the fact that people will just use your business to get their experience and then go create their own. If you can do the job and run the business, dude, you are golden. Dr. McCormick said, you're going to make more money than I will as a doctor.
Yeah, flat out told him, you will make doctor money with this, and you don't have to worry about so much of the insurance. You don't have to worry about any of the lawsuits. You don't have to worry about any of the debt. It's wild how it all shapes up. So that's the danger of it, though, and this is where this whole goes hand in hand with illegal immigration. If you're going to try and have a workforce that we're making things again, and that's an important part about America. If we're making things, we're making livings. That's how we built the middle class. Then you have to get away from what drives down wages, and that's illegal immigration.
And that's what Donald Trump has said.
That's what Unger's pointing out. Boccia's like, hey, if you allow this, it's hard to have a renaissance of working individuals manufacturing in this country, a golden age, when you have another end that's pulling down the wages.
The crazy thing is, her and I probably don't agree on, let's say, 50% of politics, because she's a Democrat. She's a leftist, not a leftist. She's a liberal.
She's a traditional Democrat.
Yeah, exactly.
If they exist.
She's probably one of the few that does.
Yeah.
We probably don't agree on about 50% of the things. But where we do agree is the most important thing to agree on. How do we put Americans in a place to succeed? That's what Donald Trump has talked about, creating an economic environment that everyone can succeed. We can talk about the cultural issues that her and I probably disagree on in a different place at a different time. Right now is the time to talk about those things that are building, while we have a president who also wants to build that middle class. Having her out there saying those things, I love that bridge.
The tent's bigger that way.
It totally is, yes.
And her and I see eye to eye on this.
100%.
We're both explaining it the same way. And the only people that go at us on this are establishment Republicans, the people that, when it comes to the people that own businesses and want to make sure the wages stay down, and then Democrats that want to benefit from illegal immigration. Those are the two opponents. And they don't debate my point. They just say that their point's more important.
But isn't it crazy, though, that the people that call themselves Republicans actually are in their camp?
They're Chamber of Commerce establishment Republicans.
And you have a woman in Baccia that we don't agree with on everything.
But yet she has this part nailed.
The most important part, which is the part that we can't stress enough, that we want to build this country so everybody can be successful. I know it's cliche, but rising tides raises all ships, and it's the truth. You saw it in the first Trump term.
You need a strong middle class no matter what.
Absolutely right.
This
is how we get it.
That is your tax basis. That is where you accomplish what you accomplish. If we can get our spending under control.
Yeah, that's something we got to do.
Growth is going to have to, we're going to have to see how the big, beautiful bill picks that up. Hopefully we can get to 5 or 6% GDP, which would be like steroids. And if that's the case, well, then maybe we can actually start paying down more of this money that we owe the rest of the world.
I want to play you a piece of audio from CNN because this is how you're viewed by the left. Scott Jennings was asked if the DOJ investigation will finally be the end for all the 2020 election being stolen and Russia collusion. I want you to listen to the way they downplay it. They want to make anybody who considers it to be a conspiracy theorist just because you've thought about it. You're a conspiracy theorist. Listen to this.
Scott, can I ask you, is this, in your eyes, this would be the final judgment on that? It wasn't the Durham report. It wasn't the Senate Intelligence Committee run by Marco Rubio report. It wasn't the House and Senate efforts in the last 6-7 years to look into this. This is the final one. After this, you'll believe whatever it is?
Well, I mean, I would think so. I mean, typically an investigation like this from the justice system would be the end of the line. I mean, you'll find out whether anybody did commit criminal acts or not. And again, I don't know whether they did or they didn't. And so if Van is right and everything was above board and this was all just mundane policy differences, then I don't know why anybody would be worried about having their actions scrutinized. It seems to me that a hit dog hollers. And right now, the hit dogs are hollering. And I'm just telling you, enough has come forward for Republicans to believe that this bears a little bit more investigation.
Look, we just see it differently. And listen, a grand jury that's not a little rock. That is somebody dropping a refrigerator on you if it comes through. And then you can spend 2 or 3 years.
I know. Donald Trump knows.
Well, you can spend 2 or 3 years just proving that you're innocent, and you spend a whole bunch of money. And why are we doing this? It's damn near, I don't know, how many hundreds of years later? I mean,
downplaying. And he continues downplaying it.
They barged into his house with guns to get documents that had to do with Russian collusion that was proving his innocence. That was the whole idea of the raid on Mar-a-Lago. You have documents you're not supposed to have. You went in with guns. You raided his home because you believed he actually had the Crossfire Hurricane documents.
That would incriminate all of y'all. But look at the way they started it with Scott Jennings on CNN. Will you finally give in? And Jennings is like, yeah, because this is the end of the road. When you come to the court, it's at the end of the road. And then Van Jones, talking about having a piano dropped on your head. That's the way he described it. Yeah, Donald Trump knows. And then he takes it a step further. Once that argument didn't work, he then goes to, this is 100 years ago.
Notice the difference in how this is playing out. This is when it's on their side and they have the gun. Then it's, we got to get this guy. We got to impeach him.
That's right.
He's going to prison. Rapist. 34 counts. Oh,
Hitler.
Now it's, come on, guys. Y'all are just kidding around with this stuff.
100 years ago.
What's the
nothing
big deal?
To see
There's
here.
nothing. Come on. This is no big deal.
Yeah.
Why are y'all? Why'd you get a grand jury?
Why do you got to take it so far always?
Why are y'all acting this way?
That's right.
What difference does it make?
That's right. See, what a great Yes.
This is all. But here, this is why you know how much trouble they're in.
Yeah, it is.
This is how you know they're actually trying to make it a point not to cover it, and then when they do, to downplay it like it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, just watch.
Yeah, you've seen nothing.
I'm just saying, have your day in court. If they're not able to produce any additional information, or if there is no indictment, well then, okay, fine. But let's have a grand jury listen.
Why don't we check it all out? Why don't we investigate it all?
And
right?
preferably in Florida.
Yes, because that's where the house was raided. So maybe a good reason to do it down there, as Lois pointed out. I don't know, 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Something like
said,
that.
here's the date of the raid on Mar-a-Lago, and this is why they'll convene a grand jury there. And I was told, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, do I?
I think I may be on to something. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Hoping you'll download the app so you can listen live and on demand to Extra 106.3. Doesn't matter when you listen, and it's there and available for you at your leisure, whenever you want it, whenever you want to listen. That flexibility is like nothing else that you can have. Maybe it's like a DVR for your radio almost. Does anybody even say that, DVR, anymore? I don't think they do. Anyway, you know what I mean. 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, if you're looking for Robert Mueller, you won't believe where he was found. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, August 7th. The Atlanta Braves were swept out of Truist Park by the Milwaukee Brewers, including a 5-4 loss last night. Next up, a 4-game series with the visiting Miami Marlins. It'll be Carlos Carrasco getting another start for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Yuri Perez. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, it's an off day for the Atlanta Falcons. From training camp, the team will host the Detroit Lions tomorrow night at Mercedes-Benz Stadium to open up their preseason schedule. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Oh, comfort. We all like comfort. Doesn't matter if it's hot outside, you want it to be cool inside. Cold outside, because it's been a little more chilly the last couple days walking in. I got a little jacket with me. That you want to be comfortable too. If it's cold out, you want to be warm inside. You can get that with central heating and air conditioning. What happens is they come out, if you do a maintenance agreement with them, they come out to your house a couple times a year and just do the maintenance, the tune-up on your HVAC. That way it works to peak efficiency as we head into the fall and things get a little more crisp. You'll be able to make sure the house is toasty warm. But right now, because there's plenty of good heat left in Georgia, you know that continues through at least September, if not into October a little bit, your house will remain cool. You see what I mean? However you need it, they provide it for you. However you want it, they provide it for you. Chuck and his team have been doing this for years. One of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. I say this, maybe I say it too much, but I think it's important because I know how much it drives me crazy to pick up the phone. It happened to me yesterday, calling a business and got sent into automation Hades. You don't get that at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. There's no pushing one for this or pushing two for that. Someone that works for Chuck at Central will answer the phone and direct you the way you're supposed to be. How do you get them? 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
Everyday life moves fast. Schedules fill up and time slips away. But somehow we always make time for what's important: faith, family, and fun. And for many of us, that includes our four-legged friends. They've been there through it all. The tail wags when you walk in the door, the gentle comfort on a tough day. That's love. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here. And at Rough Greens, we believe your dog deserves the same love in return. That's why we created the blend of live nutrition that your pup needs. Vitamins, minerals, probiotics, phytonutrients, enzymes, all designed to help your dog feel, move, and live better. Rough Greens is not a replacement for your dog's food. It's what's missing from your dog's food. It's quick and easy. Just sprinkle Rough Greens on their food and watch them come to life. Healthier, happier, and ready for more time with you. Fetch your free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog right now. Just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use promo code TIME. That's RUFFgreens.com. Promo code TIME.
The EQE electrifies the essence of Mercedes-Benz values. The road to the future might not even be a road. Why not travel in comfort, with confidence, and the competence to meet every new mile with a can-do attitude? That's the aptitude of the EQE SUV. Get an exceptional offer on the all-electric 2025 Mercedes-Benz EQE 250 Plus SUV. Just $599 per month for 36 months with $78.93 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofAtlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute. The home at the center of a Netflix TikTok cult documentary was raided last week. Federal and local law enforcement served a search warrant for alleged sex trafficking at a home owned by a controversial pastor, Robert Shin, the subject of the Netflix docuseries Dancing for the Devil, the 7M TikTok cult. The warrant was also issued for allegations of tax evasion, mail fraud, money laundering, and COVID-19 pandemic-related accusations. Shin is the pastor of a religious nonprofit he calls the Shekinah Church. He also runs a management company, 7M Films, that recruits young dancers, many of whom accused him in the docuseries of unsolicited sexual advances and manipulation techniques, also claiming Shin was controlling from their dances to their financial decisions, making them turn over a large portion of their money to the church. Shin filed a defamation suit against the former church members who countersued. That case is now set to begin in October. There's more on this story at foxnews.com or subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
Promises made, promises kept. The president is making the economy great again. He's securing the border for America's safety, and the mainstream media still wants to tear him down.
The media wants Donald Trump to fail. That's their goal. That's how they'll report his progress.
But we know the truth, and we give you the perspective that other stations won't. Atlanta's only conservative voice is Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10. You ever lose touch with somebody? Maybe you're connected on social media, but maybe they lived in Atlanta and you stumble upon their page somehow or other, and now they live in Texas. You're like, well, goodness, I had no idea that they had moved to Texas.
It's only rough when they look like the years have been a little difficult. Right. That's when I go, oh no. The other times I'm like, okay, great, good for you. Y'all are looking great. Family looks great. Everybody looks good.
Yeah, this is actually something that happened recently. A friend of mine that, we don't see each other often, mainly in touch on Facebook because we've known each other for years. We just don't live close anymore. And sure enough, I looked up and they had moved to Texas. I was like, well, goodness gracious, wonder when that happened. So literally sent them a note. Hey, man, when did y'all move? Congratulations, cool.
It's still been 16 years since me and a couple of my friends would be hanging out at Wild Wing Cafe in Alpharetta off of Windward Parkway, back when it was open.
Yeah.
And we were talking about, well, Baby Dean is on the way. Baby Dean is now a junior in high school.
Exactly.
That was the moment over the weekend where I went, oh my God.
Time is a thief, an absolute thief. But it's easy to lose touch with people.
Sure, it happens.
Social media has made that a little easier to keep in touch, even when you're not physically together. Enter Robert Mueller. Everybody remembers the Mueller report. What you reckon he's been up to, Los?
Well, I would have thought that maybe he was retired to a golf course and taking it nice and easy, and when an oversight committee decided that they wanted to subpoena him to appear, we then get news less than 24 hours later, yeah, he's in a memory care facility. He's not going to be able to really help you much.
Dude, when I read this morning, jaw on the table, I was like, what? How could this be the case? I mean, this guy was such a prominent figure, in media and government. I mean, he was
If you remember his testimony, he was lost. That investigation was run by the weirdo communists around him. Here, we're looking for Russian collusion. What'd you find? Mueller's like, oh. And then when he was asked questions of any detail, oh.
Yeah. Now
And
you may know why.
and so now it all sort of makes sense. And it really kind of points to, do all the Democrats do this with their mindless puppets?
Just use them?
Here.
Take advantage of them?
We
exploit them?
we have somebody who's older and whose brain isn't functioning. Let's put them in charge of an important committee that will then run.
I have a great plan. No one will see through it.
Listen, the name's at the top. All the front of the building says McDonald's, okay? But what's going on there isn't the McDonald's standards. The front of the building says Biden, says Mueller.
Yes.
Lights are on. Nobody's home.
Dude, just exploiting people and using them up in their weakest of moments. It would be like because look, my grandparents struggle with Alzheimer's. They had those issues, right? And it was painful to see them go through this. Now, you have to think that Robert Mueller's family would look at this and be like, this is terrible. I can't believe they're using him up like that. And yet they did, that I can tell, didn't even bat an eye. But that's what they do, man. It'd be
Never
like
questioned it.
You exploiting your own grandparents or someone that is dear to you, using them as the front, like
Yes.
you just. And then when people call you on and be like, oh, no, it's all good. Everything's good. What does nothing, see?
How strange that when you get subpoenaed, the first thing is, his brain is mush.
It's not gonna work.
I mean, we had a very similar scenario. Remember when all the stuff broke about the auto pen and how much it was used? What happened within 24 hours? Joe has cancer.
Yes, right. Distract.
Hey, Joe has cancer, so just don't worry about that.
Crazy thing is, they probably known that for so long.
Yes.
And they waited to the opportune moment to then announce it to try to distract you from what actually was going on.
And granted,
That's sick.
it's not like we were keeping track of where Robert Mueller was or anyone more than likely.
I've not thought of his name.
And then with this whole Russian collusion situation and trying to kind of, put all the dots together. And the plan was, let's subpoena him so that you could get an explanation as to what he also discovered. And you get basically, he's having Jell-O. He ain't going to be any use to you. There's a lot of ice cream in his future.
The subpoenas issued are legally binding and duly authorized. I'm sorry to say, it ain't going to matter. I mean, what are you going to do? Arrest the man at his memory care facility?
Yeah.
I mean, get out of here, dude. I mean, that's just unbelievable. I was reading from the Daily Caller story.
But this is supposed to be one of those people you bring in to get clarity on this entire story. Because remember, he's the one who was looking for all of this stuff. He is the one who would tell you under oath, we saw some weird stuff with this, of where the information was coming from and where it originated from. But he can't do that.
Yeah.
Because apparently he has dementia in a memory care facility.
It's awful. It's terrible. Wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. But it's not surprising that that's what the Democrats put up. And, of course, his investigation did not establish that Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government. We know that. And now we know how much was built behind the scenes, just the filth. It was like Legoland in there. They're just building whatever, manufacturing whatever.
Dementia, granted, there is versions of it where, wow, that was quick. A lot of times, older people live with it for years and years and years.
That's right. And you just have dropouts.
Yes.
Some days are better than others.
Some days are better than others.
That's what it was with my grandma.
My grandmother's 89 years old. Evenings are tough for her. Mm-hmm. The whole day, she's pretty much fine.
Yeah.
But in the evening, every now and then, she'll wake up and she doesn't know where she is. That's kind of her version of it. Now, with that being pointed out, they probably knew back when they were doing this Mueller report. Remember, we're going to get him. Mueller's going to get him. Mueller's got the goods on Donald Trump. He was probably already suffering from this.
I would imagine.
At least it came across that way when he had to testify in front of Congress.
Yeah, and it just didn't go anywhere.
There just wasn't a lot there.
Nothing doing.
There's a lot of confusion and a lot of not understanding what he was being asked.
I just when I think of the Democrats and the way that they exploit people, the way they use up people, they would do this to anyone. They'll use anybody to get what they need, get what they want, and to remain in power because that's their ultimate goal, right? I I can't imagine being that obsessed with power, Los. Like,
well, we've never had it like that.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe when you get it, it's like,
this is great.
It's like a spider to bite you, and you got all these superpowers, and now, you can use it against your worst enemies or whatever.
I mean, listen, I struggle to get 3 girls in my house to like get out the door on time.
I know, man. But just think if you
what
had
power do I have?
Well, yeah, but if you had the full power of the federal government behind you to have somebody doing it for you or something, you know what I mean? You would just have everything's handed to you on a. Yeah. So I guess it would become easy to.
It's seductive. It's how it's always been.
And it ain't going to change anytime soon, especially with the Democrats trending toward socialism and not even trending, jumping toward socialism and communism. That's all it is power and obsession of power.
Talk to your people in the neighborhood. Find out how your HOA runs, and you'll be like, wow, even given a little bit of power, people go nuts.
I gotta tell you, I think that's the worst place to start because
it just gives you even a little bit of power, and people go nuts.
Did I ever tell y'all the story? We got an Instagram from our HOA. You know where like your driveway meets the road, and there's just about a ½ inch of lift up for your driveway? We got an Instagram saying we needed to pressure wash the lip of the driveway. That's how power hungry those people are in our HOA.
Nuts.
Dude, I'm like, I didn't even notice. I've never noticed that there was a ½ inch lift there. And y'all are noticing I need to pressure wash it? They said it was dirty. Yeah, this was last year, man. It was just last summer that this happened. Power is seductive. Let's nailed it. 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we continue, the gloves are off and the suits are filed. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 has the biggest lineup of conservative voices all week, and we're loaded with live and local programming every weekend. The All Four Seasons Home Show, Back Your Blue, Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and NASCAR on Sundays. See the full weekend lineup at extra1063.com and stream it free on the Extra app.
Hey, it's Front Office Lowe's here to tell you about a new company that is changing the way people buy their next pre-owned car or truck. At The Honest Car Guy, they offer a completely transparent way to purchase a vehicle. You pay what he pays, plus a small honest fee. You can choose any make or model. He will search the country for the best deal out there. He'll handle the paperwork, your trade-in, shipping, and even give you the bill of sale. Friends, I've done the research, and this is a buying process that you can trust. Call 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit online at honestcarguy.com.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. 4. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Modular and offsite construction is booming. If you're an architect, building engineer, supplier, developer, or contractor, you can't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, returning to the International Convention Center in Atlanta on August 19th. With the rising cost of traditional building, modular and offsite construction is changing the way companies build housing, retail, healthcare, restaurants, and more. So don't miss the Offsite Construction Summit on August 19th. This is your opportunity to create new business and learn from the industry's best. Register today at offsiteconstructionnetwork.com. That's offsiteconstructionnetwork.com.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Today, in fact, here's an example. Being an intern here at the Mighty 106.3. And, for example, I went into Flounder and I asked him to get
phrasing.
What's that? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Use your words.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
We're going to be a very rich country. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump insists, and he posted on Truth Social at midnight when new tariffs on a lot more imports went into effect.
Billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States of America. And the president says this is just the beginning.
That's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
The tariffs will be between 10 and 41% applied to nearly 70 countries.
Now, the president also threatened yet another tariff is coming for high-tech manufacturers.
We'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building.
He said that with Apple's CEO by his side, as the company announced it'll invest even more in the U.S., manufacturing more iPhone components here. The president will also double the tariff on imports from India as punishment for buying Russian oil. Tomorrow's the deadline, he said, for Russia to stop the war in Ukraine or face new economic sanctions. Reports out of Moscow this morning suggest that he and leader Vladimir Putin have agreed to a meeting.
Fox News has learned that President Trump only wants to meet with Putin if it's tied to a peace deal. Now, for his part, the Russian leader is urging caution, saying all disappointments arise from what he calls excessive expectations.
That's Fox's Kevin Corke. A U.S. Army sergeant's in custody awaiting charges the morning after he's accused of shooting 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart in Georgia.
Thankfully, all are in stable condition and all are expected to recover.
Brigadier General John Lubis says they believe Cornelius Radford used a personal handgun. Others tackled him, stopping the shooting spree. It's been a tough 12 hours flying United Airlines.
I had to call my company, let them know I'm not going to be able to make it in on time tomorrow. Now they got to rebook my car, rental.
He and a lot of other passengers got stuck in Houston and other airports after a technical glitch last night canceled or delayed more than 1,200 flights. United is flying again, but there are several hundred more cancellations and delays today. America's listening to Fox News.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
The news and talk I can trust. Extra 106.3.
Welcome to the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10 here on Extra 106.3. App best way to listen. Get that free for Apple and Android. You can reach out 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. So easy to be involved if you'd like. At Tug Coward, at Front Office Los, and at Whiskey Click if you want to engage individually.
If it's your thing.
If it is. And if it's not, that's fine too. We don't judge. We're just glad that you're here.
Are you kidding? We're constantly judging.
Well, but don't tell people that. You're supposed to act like you don't. Right?
I'm constantly looking, listening, judging.
I know, right?
It's, like,
it's such human nature to do that. Right? I mean,
just pondering what you said and what you posted.
Right. But you're not supposed to, remember? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I'm supposed to. There's only there can be only one judge.
That's right.
So we're all supposed to tell each other when we're going. I see what you're doing there.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're up to. But so if you would like to judge along with us, then that's the way to do it. Just get involved any way that you see fit. It's so simple. It's so easy, and we're glad that you do it. Easier to vote, harder to cheat. I feel like I've heard that before. Maybe the federal government is taking a page out of the state of Georgia's book when it comes to doing just that. Now, Harmeet Dillon is she's trying to do it. It's a different process that she's going through, but it's the same concept, Los. We want this to work well for all Americans, no matter where they live, being able to vote, and usually if they've handcuffed you with gerrymandering bad decisions on where you vote, then this is a way to fix it.
All right, you've been waiting an hour. I'm going to give you the best news you're going to hear all day.
Here we go.
The new right is not joking around. They're looking to destroy the entire voting apparatus of the Democrat Party. And in years past, the establishment Republicans would basically look over at what the Democrats were doing and go, well, that's the game that they play, and that's fine, as we pass power back and forth. And we pretend to be adversarial towards one another, as basically each side of the aisle just chops up the country for itself. All right, your turn.
Yeah.
All right, now our turn. And your turn, now our turn. And that's the way they would play it.
The left always took extra turns, though.
Yes. Well,
and we would just stand there and let them.
While pitting regular Americans against one another.
Right.
Oh, you listen to Fox News. Oh, you listen to MSNBC. And just go at each other, right? The new right is not kidding around one bit. All right? Harmeet Dillon is going after, along with the rest of the administration, not only illegals, not only people that shouldn't be voting, but then the gerrymandering as well. This is a multi-pronged attack, and the left doesn't know what to do. Because for the longest time, it's been wink, wink, smile. Hey, you know what y'all do. We know what we do. And everybody just lets it go. Not in Donald Trump's administration. God help them that they raided his house and they went after him the way they did. Because gerrymandering's not new. And when have you ever heard Republicans complain about gerrymandering?
Ever.
Never.
I can never remember a time.
Illegals voting. How long have you heard about, well, you need to have ID in states, and most of the time the Republicans will hear, well, it's racist, if you have ID. And they cower in the corner. Like, oh, I don't want to be called racist.
Yeah.
This administration's going, okay, fine, call us racist. You still need to show ID. So take a listen to Harmeet Dillon. This is her as the Assistant Attorney General pointing out what they're going after. And just think about these. If they were to accomplish these, this is going to set the Democrats back a generation.
We are investigating violations of federal voting laws. We're ensuring that all 50 states have and continue to have clean voter rolls. We are challenging efforts to suppress or dilute the vote. We are attacking illegal race-based gerrymandering, and we are protecting ballot access for all Americans. We have sued jurisdictions such as North Carolina for not registering voters properly by first verifying their eligibility.
All right, this is what's important. And just as Tug was saying, the states run the elections, but it doesn't mean that the federal government can't take an interest in court by getting them to try and do the right things, or at least what they perceive to be the right things. Hey, if your voter rolls look filthy, we're going to go ahead and come after you with that.
We're gonna take a look
at it. But
it's
up to the states to do what they're going to do to run these elections.
And there will be red states that will try to do, and get it right. And then you're going to have Illinois do what they do and continue to buck the system. California's going to do it. New York's going to do it. But now, all of a sudden, they have a new right, as you described them, that's going, no. We're going to put a stop to this, because they're still going to buck the system. They're still going to fight to do what they want to do. You had Pritzker and Colbert making fun of the gerrymandering in Illinois. They're so comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's 50 Petri dishes for a reason. The fun part about that is that just because you're gerrymandering so horribly in Illinois, you can't really complain when Texas decides to get in on the game.
Not.
And now, here's another part about this, and this is the other part of the story that people don't want to tell you about. Texas voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. Texas is filled with Hispanics who voted for Donald Trump. This idea of creating this new map actually cuts into largely Hispanic areas that voted for Donald Trump. So the Democrats are sitting there complaining about, it's going to keep people of color from being represented. No, they're upset because these are going to be new hardcore Trump districts.
And the polling shows that and backs it up, because people are sick and tired of what they've been put through.
It's two-pronged here.
Yeah.
More seats, that's and right. They're also people of color also voting for Trump.
Man, and when you talk about the new right, it's another, and this is kind of just a sidebar, because people have been pushed so hard for so long. I saw where 16 and 17-year-olds are registering as Republicans at a 144% higher rate than Democrats. These people are fed up, And they've been told for so long that you're bad and you're awful and you're racist that we are going to fight back as hard as we possibly can. I see it with my own son. I see it with his buds. They are so tired of being told every day that they're horrible and they're racist and they're this, that, or the other thing. They are going to fall right in line. Whatever Donald Trump wants to do, they're going to fall. And you're seeing it not just with them. You're seeing it with those Hispanic voters. You're seeing it with black voters. Look at how many people have fallen in line and become Republicans that have never been before. And it all comes down to little stuff like this. I don't know if you call it little. Redistricting's a big deal. But the point is, people are fed up with it, and they're all for this redistricting. They're like, good. I want these people to be out of power for as long as I can possibly keep them out of power. And that's why people are voting the way they are.
So if you want to know why somebody like Jasmine Crockett is so incredibly upset. So if I was to show you the map of her district, that's District 30. All right. Now that is all of sunny South Dallas. Now, sunny South Dallas is the one area of Dallas that is largely Black America in Dallas. Most of the community, when it comes to the rest of it, is surrounded by smaller towns, smaller white communities and Hispanic communities. That's basically what it is. So the new district map actually is now North Dallas area.
Uh-oh.
This would be this area of this area of Dallas wildly changes demographically. Largely Hispanic, largely white. That's why she's looking at it going, I'm going to lose my seat.
There's no way I can win.
You're not going to win.
Because those people, like these kids that I was just telling you about, these people are so tired of the way the Democrat Party has operated and everything that they've done to tell you you're bad and you're wrong. Now they actually get a say in the way they vote and who they're voting for. It's like in California, and I can't think it was Marco Rubio. No, I forget who said it. They were talking about California votes 40% Republican and has almost zero representation. How can almost half the state vote Republican and have no representation?
What you will find with the numbers, and this is where the gerrymandering has been so strong. So you can take California, just as you said, votes typically 40-45% Republican. They have 9% of the seats. When you go to the New England area, it's that same concept. There are 5 million Republican voters, yet they have zero representation.
And haven't. I don't think they've had any Republicans elected in, decades.
And we'll get a chance to play some of the audio later that the government of Massachusetts, when she goes and does the whole theater kids thing about talking about, well, we're gonna do this if Texas does this. The comedy of it is, you can look at every single one of the people that represent them in the House. There is not one Republican. There's not one Republican senator. There's not one Republican in the House of Representatives, and there hasn't been for the better part of 30 years. And yet, she's grandstanding like, well, we're going to make a change. There is no change to be made.
What else you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip, man. You've already squeezed it enough.
Greg Abbott in Texas, the Texas governor, and he was on with Clay and Buck yesterday. I got a chance to hear a little bit of that. He pointed it out. What's Illinois going to do? There is nothing to do. What's Massachusetts going to do? They have no Republican representative. What's California going to do? They can't call a special session. They have to go back through their constitution. The state of New York has already redistricted back in 2020 and 2022 to eliminate the Republican seats that they lost. They got rid of the Republican seats.
So what, again?
So what are you going to do?
Blood out of a tournament. It's just not going to work.
So when South Carolina and Texas and a number of these other states are saying, yeah, we'll do this, we're talking somewhere along the lines of anywhere between 5 and 15 additional seats that are going to be coming out of this thing.
That spells trouble.
That's the midterms. That's the end of that.
Absolutely right. Can't wait to see it.
And you're
all supportive of it.
And you're using leftist tactics against them. This is what I talk about when I say the new rights. We are not supposed to be sitting on the sidelines with this sort of stuff anymore. Use their own tactics against them. They will not like it.
And they will lose, and they'll melt down, and they'll scream and holler and cuss.
This is unfair.
And that's as far as they can go.
Sorry.
Everything else is said and done. Since Bondi has referred the Russiagate hoax for a grand jury probe, Axios, the leftist outlet Axios, is now saying it's the MAGA base who's pushing Trump to pursue his political enemies. He's using the federal government as a weapon, they say. Axios is pretending that Trump is doing something unprecedented by this probe into Russiagate. Like I said, calling it the weaponization of the federal government as if that's not what the Democrats have been doing for 10 years or longer, probably longer. We've only been talking about it for 10 years because it's just become into focus in the last 10 years.
If there is a big difference here, it's that when the polling shows, like we talked about the amount of interested voters, the people that are following this discussion, following this story when it comes to Russian collusion and everything dating back to 2016 into 2017 and beyond, in the Rasmussen polling this week, 73% of those people polled believed there should be criminal charges. All right, so the interested people that are paying attention, 73% of them. That does include a large amount of Democrats. I believe it was 56% of Democrats believe there should be charges. This is so uniform. That's what Axios has a problem here. Because when you had all of these crazy scenarios of we're going after Trump in Georgia, in Florida, in New York, you didn't even have half the country that was like, okay, this is legit. It was a fun thing for the Democrats to do.
Oh, yeah, sure.
For their base to go all crazy. Yeah, let's go get him. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, Aunt Peg was loving it.
Yeah, the wild part is a majority of Americans actually believe that this is legitimate, and that's the part that Axios has a problem with. Yes, he's being spurred on by his followers. Hey, I'm like, go get him.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, there are people that are not his voters that are like, yeah, this is pretty sick stuff. You shouldn't be doing this here. Go after him.
It's something that the American people see as a problem because they know when it's them in the crosshairs, they're going to get wrapped up. They would be in trouble for doing something. And I do believe that people are tired of the two-tiered justice system. It doesn't matter which side you're on. You are sick and tired of people being able to break the law and get away with it. How many times have we talked about, man, there's nothing going to happen to these people. There's nothing going to happen to these people. You've known it because you've seen it for your entire life. People get away with murder and nothing happens to them. Could this be the nail in the coffin of that two-tier justice system? Finally, someone being brought to justice for the crimes that they've committed. Dude, I don't know if it happens, but if I would be content if you get one of them. I mean, there's 6 or 7 or 8 people that could be in trouble. Give me one of them and you punish them to no end. I think that sets a tone and it makes everything different moving forward.
This is all grown out of the 1940s. This shadow government, this creep that occurred. We now, we call it the deep state. And at the time it was warning about the military-industrial complex. This is what started to become this portion of the government that no one knew where the money was. And no one knew exactly what they were doing, but they were career bureaucrats that were in charge. And they were the ones who were calling the shots on so many things that were going on in the country. As we got into the 1960s, it accelerated. Now we're here at a point where we actually saw, according to the intelligence reports that have been declassified, the CIA and the FBI actually ran an operation against a sitting president.
It's unreal, dude. And a long time ago, you only had 3 or 4 channels to tell you, and all of them that were echoing the same things. Now that wall has been broken down, dude, independent journalists being able to actually do the work, people like Matt Taibbi and Catherine Herridge, whom I think the world of.
Matt Taibbi's been so fun to follow.
Dude, he has
on
been.
X right now.
He is calling people out with no regard.
He's actually pointing out other journalists and then sending them their own stories of Russian collusion and going, yeah, you're the one who is saying this. Like, read actually what's been going on now.
Yeah, no.
And Taibbi, again, he's a Democrat who basically has gone, y'all have gone so far off the reservation that I'm just now sitting in the middle.
But, dude, that goes right back to that 56% that we talked about.
56% who say this should not be happening.
That are keeping up with this, and he would be one of them. You could say that thing about Batya Ungar-Sargon. She's another Democrat that we don't agree on everything, but when it comes to law and order and doing things the appropriate way, we do.
If you were to actually build a compelling case and say, I'm going after this person because of this. In this case, for instance, when we had right in front of us with what was going on here in this state with Donald Trump, the more we followed it, the more flimsy it got.
Yeah.
And there was a part of me that goes, well, I mean, what if he actually had done X, Y, or Z? And the problem was, every single time they would say, well, he made this phone call. was like, well, his First Amendment rights aren't gone because he's the president. Like, if he thinks something happened, he's able to expound on that.
And responsible to.
What happened when he was in New York when I said, your First Amendment rights don't end on the courthouse steps. If he wants to come out.
Even though the judge said it did.
The judge told him, you can't talk to the media. Like, wait a minute. You'll influence the jury pool. The jury's already sitting here.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's so many of these cases where I went, this is so flimsy, this is so nutty, that I never would have been jumping in and saying, yeah, here, I casted it as like this guy should go to prison. With some of this stuff, I go, that's a CIA director who's doing some pretty shady stuff. You know, the whistleblowers, and that's what's really going to be the damning part, are the ones that keep saying, he directed us to do this.
That's going to be ugly, man. That's going to be a bloodbath.
We had a piece of information that Tulsi Gabbard kind of let everybody in on last night, saying your WMDs in Iraq, it's like, it has Brennan's fingerprints all over it.
No surprise there. Shouldn't be. You know the thing, as we wrap the segment, you know the thing that Axios and outlets like that are scared of? They're mostly scared of the fact that they can't pit us against each other anymore. Now that everybody's kind of on the same page, or at least the majority, everybody's on the same page. Yes, this should be prosecuted. Find who's guilty and get them prosecuted. We can't allow this to happen anymore. Axios makes a living off pitting us against each other. The Democrats have made a living off of pitting us against each other, and they can't do it anymore. That's what they're terrified of. Next on Extra 106.3, the thing you should focus on is how many things that are no longer in existence under Trump 2.0. Next on Extra.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck at noon, and the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. And hang out every night for Jesse Kelly at 6 and Jimmy Fela at 9. And stream it all live in crystal clear HD on the Extra 106.3 app.
In retirement, the right balance of risk and safety isn't just smart, it's essential for lasting peace of mind. Coach Pete's local trusted advisor, Craig Chandler, knows that. With more, here's Coach Pete.
Yeah, I mean, if you can have both, why wouldn't you want to? And if it's just about making sure you fill the right paperwork in and not trapped in something you shouldn't be in or going down the wrong path. If you're dealing with an advisor, folks, who's pushing all risk all the time, ask them if they're licensed in safe alternatives. Point blank, ask them and get them to put that in writing. We've seen several folks out there who are slamming the safe world because they're not licensed. All they're doing is pushing all risk all the time. That is not a successful retirement. Well, I'll debate anyone on that in a public setting, if so, because there's no way you can call yourself a fiduciary if you don't have risk and safety available for your clients at all times. If you're reaching into your client's money and taking money out, and that's the only way you make money, the client's the one that suffers.
For a comprehensive and complimentary retirement review, call Craig Chandler, Chandler Wealth Management, 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164.
Hey, this is Tom from The Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy, and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from The Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day, and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
My name is Patrick, and I'm the Military Outreach Manager at the Warrior Alliance. I served in the U.S. Army as an airborne ranger and deployed to several combat zones in support of the global war on terror. Veterans bring excellence through our work ethic, skills, and civic duty. However, transitioning to civilian life can be difficult, as we all share a loss of purpose when leaving the military. Returning veterans have earned and deserve our support so they can thrive on their journey home. The Warrior Alliance understands the challenge and is helping warriors navigate to success after service. Join us in changing thousands of lives for the better. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Calling all contractors, this is Devin Stovall of Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
Hey, Atlanta's Mark from the Safe House. I have a question for you. Am I the only person pissed off with the mainstream fake news, liberal judges,
and whiny liberal politicians
who don't realize why Donald Trump is president, and fake safes? And you may wonder, why fake safes? Well, a fake safe is like Joe Biden, cheap and ineffective. A real safe from the Atlanta Safe House is like Donald Trump, tough, effective, and provides peace of mind when you need it the most. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast and see what a real safe looks like. So go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, August 7th. Over $1 billion in special tax refunds for Georgians have reached bank accounts. The Georgia Department of Revenue says over 3 million refunds have been processed, about 90% of all refunds to be issued. Officials say if you haven't yet received yours, all refunds are expected to be processed by October. Charges have been dropped against a Cobb County man who was accused of trying to kidnap a child at Walmart in Ackworth in March. 56-year-old Mahendra Patel says he was only trying to keep the child from falling out of a cart while directing the mother to the medicine aisle. Security footage supported Patel, showing the mother giving him a thumbs up during the exchange. The Georgia Department of Transportation is asking for public feedback on a proposed passenger rail line to connect Atlanta and Savannah. You can respond on the GDOT website. And the FBI Atlanta office says violent crime is trending downward. Nationally, violent crimes have fallen 4.5% so far in 2024, with Georgia showing an even bigger 10.5% drop. Today's weather partly cloudy with temperatures reaching the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
7 o'clock hour brought to you by Van Zant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanZantLaw.com. Sydney Sweeney has opened up probably a sore for people who are against attractive people, against fun.
I hate attractive people.
Because on the surface, nobody does. But when you're not attractive, and look, I fall into that category. I'm not the best looking guy in the world, but I don't hate attractive people. I don't hold it against them.
Straight out of the water boy. I'm not an attractive man.
But let me tell you, the scab has been ripped off, and you know how I know the scab has been ripped off for sure, front office Los? Because every video I saw in my social media feed
it's constant.
Was sorority girls during Pledge Week, which I assume started at the beginning, of this month.
Yeah.
They're doing organized, and it's not just one or two kids. I'm talking it is the entire sorority class, all the pledges. They're either dressed to the nines because they go to SEC schools, and that's what you do. Or they're in like yoga pants and, just doing all the things that would make a person that dyes their hair purple and has every piece of their face tattooed and pierced furious.
All right, first off, congratulations to all of you. Y'all look great. They're phenomenal videos. They're cool to watch. It's also the reason why 18 to 21-year-old men are like, let's get there. It's the reason why the acceptance rate at the University of Georgia is like 32%.
That's right.
All right, Clemson's like 38%. It's like everyone is trying to get to like the SEC, ACC country.
Everybody.
It's wild how hard it is right now.
And I'll even throw on the top of this. Because country music's so dominant and it's hip hop and country. Those are the two things that get listened to. I mean, they'll season in some classic rock, some Journey or whatever. But cowboy hats, cowboy boots, I mean, just
it's songs.
It is everywhere on these campuses.
And remember, when we were into election season, as we got through 2024 and we were into November and beyond, what were all the videos of? Fraternities, dressing up like Donald Trump and doing Donald Trump dances.
That's right.
And you're going
and pissing people off.
And everyone's like, I can't believe they're doing that.
How could they?
Well, what did you get from the sororities? Hey, we're going to wear jeans, good jeans. We're going to show you we got good jeans.
That's right.
And then we're going to put this out there. And they know what they're doing.
Of course they do.
It's going to have this viral moment, and it's going to glom off of everything going on with Sydney Sweeney. You think about Sydney Sweeney. is it's extremely awesome.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I bet there's 15 of these videos in this one that's just show.
It's one after another.
They're just there to show you.
Yeah.
Rub it in your face almost.
Yeah, rub it in your face. The new right, it looks at it and goes, like, you know what? And again, credit to those young women. Not one of them is offended by the idea of like, hey, I'm here for my MRS degree.
Right.
I'm going to go meet a husband here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, then we're going to get married. Then we're going to make some babies.
And start a family.
Yeah. The traditional view of America.
The thing that the left hates more than anything else in the world is the traditional view of America. That's the reason there's an attack on women. That's the reason there's an attack on families. That's the reason there's an attack on church. Everything that feeds into that traditional view, they despise.
That family unit.
Because you don't depend on them.
No, that core ends up being that strong point by which you take anything that comes from the government, you're like, yeah, okay, whatever, my family doesn't need that.
Yeah.
Well, if you can't establish that you're dependent on the government, well, now the government has a problem.
They do. And back to the number I gave you. This is Colorado specifically. The new Republican Colorado is the handle if you want to look at it too. 16 and 17-year-olds are registering Republicans at a rate of 144% higher than Democrats in 2025. That's according to the Colorado Department of Revenue.
So we have our friend Austin, and he's going to be joining us probably later this month. We'll get an update on telepathy tapes as he does his work with children with autism. And one of the things he texted us was, it's kind of weird. I feel like I'm cool for being a young Republican. I'm like, you are. It's happened. I'm telling you, the cool kids, this is what they're doing. It's wild. My daughter is 14 years old, and she has gravitated towards religion. She's gravitated towards Christ.
Makes my heart
and
beat strong.
The part that was so surprising about it is it's almost a backlash to everything else around her of, I think she told me that there's a kid in her school who identifies as a plant.
Hang on, what? I've not heard this.
This was new to me.
I mean, I've not even heard this ever anywhere. I've heard animals. I've heard, non-binary. A plant? What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know. This is what I've been told. So the idea of her foundation being family, religion, and just being a regular kid and not caught up in any of this wildness, that's her foundation now.
Right.
And quite honestly, I wasn't the one pushing this.
But you're not having to, man.
But that's what young people are moving back to a traditional foundation, and it's making the left go crazy. They don't know why they're losing them.
I told you that. I think I gave this stat probably a month ago. Gen Z church attendance quadrupled in the last year because it's like the statement, and I forget who made it, and so I can't credit them, but know that it's not my statement. Somebody else made it. When they said, you've not done anything but pushed, specifically young men in this statement, but I would say kids altogether. You've pushed them toward what they are now and are becoming because you've told them for how long that they're awful, that they need to be ugly, and if they're pretty, they better put on some sort of weird makeup to make themselves not look pretty anymore because that's bad. People are sick and tired. It's natural to want to be pretty. It's natural to want to the things around you to be pretty. Dressing pretty, pretty flowers planted in the yard. It's so natural. It's what we do as humans.
And I don't, it's all right. I don't mean to make this just about pretty because I don't. What I'm trying to point out is that I don't care what you are that you're outstanding in. Go be outstanding at that. That's what young people are gravitating towards. What they're being told within these organizations, how it's being pushed by the left is we need you all to be the same.
Yeah. Nothing unique.
So it's not just like, hey, you're pretty. Sometimes it's, hey, you're fantastic at whatever your interest is. You're better than everybody else. But yet the left, people are trying to beat you down, whatever it is. And so this natural need to say, I want to be excellent at something and I don't want to have to apologize for it. I think that's what's landing so many of these young people.
I agree with you 100%. Pretty is just the vehicle
to get there. That's just the easiest way to get there.
It's exactly right.
Pretty just sticks out the most obvious.
So clear.
Because you can have somebody who, let's just say, they're just average looking dude, but that dude is the best guy when it comes to, I don't know, making a brisket. Hey, he's the next genius when it comes to being
he's the next Elon Musk who's going to build rockets.
He's developing the next great light bulb.
Yeah.
Like, again, you don't see that. pretty easy to see.
That's right.
But people want to be excellent at whatever their chosen, end of society is. And I tell you this, Tug, I had to explain this to my 14-year-old. And she's like, man, her first day of high school, she's like, oh, that was weird. I go, listen, in high school, just imagine a bunch of nails. And the 3 or 4 nails that are standing higher than everybody else, it's the rest of the nails' job to get them in line. I was like, don't let them hammer you.
Yeah, beating you down.
Yeah, that's the job.
And I would say, even with beauty, I mean, it's the old cliche, it's in the eye of the beholder. It doesn't matter. The beauty is in your faith. You're so strong in your faith, nobody can shake that. They can't nail you down. The beauty is in your ability to be the best mathematician in the entire school. There's beauty in that. There's value in that. And then if you just go to the lowest common denominator, Sonny Sweeney is beautiful, and so are all those pretty girls dancing in front of that sorority house.
And by the way,
excited about what their future holds.
And by the way, Sydney Sweeney, robotics team in high school.
Absolutely. Did you see her throw out the first pitch for the Red Sox?
It was cool.
Dude, she nailed it. Somebody compared it to Barack Obama, and he was all up there.
With his left-handed, oh my God, where's that thing going?
Looked like a baby giraffe trying to walk for the first time, just all awkward. She's up there and fires it in, and she's awesome.
And to me, again, she's not again, my opinion, I don't find her like super hot. I think she's like all-American girl, pretty next door with obviously large breasts. That's who she is. But it's not like I look at her and go like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Yet, that is cool. That's fine. That's what the left can't stand. They're like, not only is she like an all-American girl, not only is she throwing out these pitches, not only is she smart, not only is she pretty, and she's Republican. Oh my God.
They hate you being exceptional.
So enjoy it when the sororities are celebrating this as well.
But that's the thing. They hate you being exceptional. They hate the idea that we think America is exceptional. And a lot of exceptional people make an exceptional country.
And so, to kind of put a little bit of a bow on some of this stuff, Donald Trump winning has ushered in things like this.
That's right.
That it being exceptional is fine. And there was a list that I was reading on X, and it was all the things that were out because of this. Like, for instance, you're purple haired, out. All right, got a whole bunch of tattoos on your face, except for a couple people.
Yeah,
like
Post Malone.
Post Malone, you good? Jelly roll, you
get
good?
Away with it. Yeah, but that's not the norm, man.
The rest of you out.
Yeah,
it's because they're so talented. But think about it. Jim Acosta is now interviewing dead kids.
Dude, which is so weird and creepy.
Out.
All
right, Acosta, out. Joy Reid, gone. Howard Stern, out. Chris Wallace went over to the digital product for CNN. They're like, yeah, you're not even going to get this thing off the ground.
He wasn't even there for a cup of coffee.
No. Gone. Lester Holt, out. Neil Cavuto, Donald Trump, this. Gone. I mean, think about all the stuff that has gone away.
PBS, NPR.
Out. Yet, what's coming back? Hey, you're talented, you're hot, and you want to be Christian. You want to be a family man. You want to serve your country. All this stuff is back in. You want to be exceptional. All of this is coming back.
It's welcomed.
All of this has changed because of this.
In
Trump's America,
you can be exceptional.
You can be exceptional, and that actually is going to be celebrated.
You don't have to embrace ugly. You don't have to embrace ignorance. You don't have to embrace victimhood. In just 6 months, man.
And you thought that the whole Gulf of America thing was just a little act. It's like, no, this was part of starting a narrative that we are not going to be second to anybody.
I love it, dude. I love it. Remember, I told you a friend of mine runs Onward Reserve, the clothing company, and their polos are $125, $130. I can't afford them. But she runs the company. They just opened up a shop down on 30A where most of those girls that are doing those sorority videos,
they'll be there.
Vacation. You know what they can't keep in T-shirts? They're not selling $125 polos down there. They're selling Gulf of America hats and T-shirts and are making a freaking mint on them.
Because it does set off the other side. Like, you think about when you're on campus and you have a Gulf of America and you know that there's that one person in there with the purple hair and she's got the vagina hat back in her dorm room and she's just sitting there stewing mad because you got on Gulf of America. I mean, I like saying Gulf of America just because I know it gets them upset. Like, I'm going to go swim in the Gulf of America. You mean the Gulf of Mexico? No, it's ours.
Last time I looked, Google Maps.
I looked it up. It's Gulf of America.
Google Maps says so. Who's arguing with Google Maps?
I'm not going to fight you. It's Gulf of America.
Freaking love it. It's a good day to live in Trump's America, isn't it?
Telling you're winning across the board, and you're going to go after all of the left's power in the way that they goof around in elections.
Let me ask you this.
And the young people dig it too.
Yes, I know, right? Let me ask you this. If we don't get anybody, but we win the culture, we still win.
You still win.
You still win it, dude. Let's say we don't get Clapper, let's say we get none of them. We've won the culture and we're back. Dude, America's back. It's so good. So stinking good, and it makes me smile. The Chinese continue to steal from America, though, and they're doing it right under our noses. Next and Extra.
The Morning Xtra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about True Prep. First off, if you want to go to the store, by all means, it's awesome. It has everything in there. 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta. Again, 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta. Or, hey, do what I do. I go to trueprep.com, truprep.com on a daily basis. Now, why is that? First off, because they got stuff that they update every single day. Their sales and clearance items, also their used guns and gear. I like to see what's moving. I want to see what's being sold out there and what's working for them. When it comes to all of their stuff that they have in their store, hey, go check it out. It's freeze-dried food. I'm big into that. Maybe you're big into getting out there in the world, going and doing a lot of hiking, water filtration equipment. They have all the equipment to keep all of your stuff charged up as well. And when it comes to home defense and personal defense, firearms, they got them. Ammo, they got it. Great prices as well. But then the back end, like, what do you mean the back end, Los? Then they have workshops. And what they do with these workshops is they take you through the process. They have another one coming up on August 24th. This is the first time gun buyers workshop. What do? They match you up with the right weapon based on what you're looking to do with it. They'll then show you how to safely have it. They'll then show you how to also maintain it. Again, if you're having somebody, maybe it's your wife, or maybe you have a daughter who's a little bit older, living on her own, and you want to have some added security, this is a great class to put them into, work them into the workshop. Or maybe it's yourself. You're now getting into personal security. You want to own that firearm, but you never have before. This is a great way to do it. Go to truprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, August 7th. The Atlanta Braves were swept out of Truist Park by the Milwaukee Brewers, including a 5-4 loss last night. Next up, a 4-game series with the visiting Miami Marlins. It'll be Carlos Carrasco getting another start for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Yuri Perez. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, it's an off day for the Atlanta Falcons. From training camp, the team will host the Detroit Lions tomorrow night at Mercedes-Benz Stadium to open up their preseason schedule. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. So when we go through days or weeks of volatility in the market, Sean, it's hard to know what to do. What can you tell us?
The biggest thing is don't panic or make immediate decisions with your money. Take those emotional concerns out of the middle of it. You know, look, markets cycle regularly. Market corrections and bear markets are a normal part of the cycle. They're just part of the plan that are going to be accounted for. If you feel nervous when you read the headlines about big drops in the market, you might not know enough about how your money is positioned. That's why it's important to get the right guidance on a financial plan for your retirement.
Tell us about the offer you have for our listeners.
All right, so now's the time to start, folks. Looking ahead and identifying if you have too much risk in your portfolio. That's the first thing. We have a helpful little resource for our listeners today. We call it the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit. You can get it today by calling or texting WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped put together this just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement, plus guides on major topics like investments, Social Security, income planning, taxes, and so forth of the key components of retirement. So if you want to get this information in your hands today, call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200. 2200.
Take advantage of this offer and get your Retire Happy framework today. Just text WISE to 770-802-2200. The team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy framework to you right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Firm does not provide tax services.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
You should never need financing for a simple garage door repair, but it's happening here. Out-of-town companies have invaded Atlanta for a cash grab, charging outrageous prices. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Stay local and stay on budget for every opening of your home. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.
Extra 106.3 is live on your ride home with a Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder from 3 to 6 p.m.
1992, rapper Ice-T said Warner Brothers is going to pull the song Cop Killer from all future copies of his album Body Count. Is he the one that does the commercials on the beach with a Mexican beer or something?
No, that's Snoop Dogg.
Oh, Snoop Dogg. Is that the same as I? It's not the same guy, right?
No.
No. Just checking.
Ice-T was in the Shark movie that killed Samuel L. Jackson, the shark ate him.
Oh,
Sharknado?
Shark.
No, not Sharknado.
Deep Blue Sea?
Yeah.
Because that was LL Cool J.
Oh, whoops.
Oh. Well, we know once in a while you got the white guys.
Rappers, these rappers sound alike.
Well, I get it mixed up when I'm driving home. Ice-T, Soulja Boy. I mean, who the hell am I supposed to,
The Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra, going through the John Wick storyline this morning. Because True Prep has one of the
one of the pistols from it's in the third one. I go, oh my God, telling you, I go almost pretty much every day. I will click on their sales items just because I'm curious.
Yeah, sure. What do they got?
Like, for instance, they had the Glocks that were flying. Like, I'm thinking about a month and a half ago, and they had a great deal on them, and I think they sold out. I think it was like 2.5, 3 days.
Yeah, you mentioned it once or twice, and
they were
gone.
They were just gone. It had a great price on them, and so I'm always curious as to what they have in stock. And so I went, oh, that's the firearm from John Wick 3.
He spotted it from across the room.
I spotted it. I was like, oh.
Look at there.
And immediately I'm telling Tug, I'm like, well, that's a competition weapon. He's like, well, I'm not really looking to compete in my living room.
Seriously, man. I just
want somebody breaks in.
I just want to put a bullet in them. That way they stop. I don't care how precise it is.
I told him, I go, well, listen, it's a great firearm for competition. If you're into accuracy and you're into competing, he's like, I just need to shoot them in the leg in my living room.
That's right.
That's my competition.
Shoulder, chest, anywhere I can get them. Anywhere I can, especially if I'm on the move.
If you broke into my house, here's what's going to happen. In fact, I told this to Tug. What you need to do is when you have your house broken into, and hopefully it never occurs, but if it does, you have to yell downstairs, I have guns from the John Wick movies.
You better get your ass out of here, because you're liable to wear one of these, and it's going to be ugly, because I'm deadly accurate. Look, I've got this longer barrel. I've got this
longer barrel.
I've got the competition stock. We're all set, man. You're going to be in bad shape.
This one's red dot ready.
Don't you know? I've got a laser sight. You're in trouble, man. You don't know how much trouble you just walked into. Get yourself out of here. Go rob another house. Not in this neighborhood. Go somewhere else.
See, that's the benefit of. I was talking to a gentleman about home security, and he was talking about the importance of just even something like passive security, like a dog.
Yeah.
That if you do have just the common thief, where it's like one house as good as the next, a barking dog, regardless of the sizes, I don't want to mess with that.
No, because you don't know.
Because you don't know.
You don't know.
You just hear barking dog, and it's move on to the next house.
Man, it's crazy how many people are scared of dogs. And we have a little...
Yeah, every Uber Eats driver I know.
Yes, absolutely right. Amazon drivers, UPS, FedEx, so many of them come to our house because my wife seems to order something every day. And something's being delivered every day. Maybe you're in that situation too, but it's funny how we have a little mini schnauzer. Now his bark, he sounds, and his teeth look ferocious. But he's not going to do anything.
Right.
He might chase you around thinking you want to play with him.
Oh, yeah.
But it's amazing how many people will just wait at the top and ask me to come up and get the package because they're not comfortable with it.
My dog barks out of fear. Like, she's more scared of you.
But she's big.
But she comes across as, like,
ferocious.
that sounds mean and ferocious. She's tall. She's long.
Yeah.
But she's only about 55 pounds. But when she stands on her legs and stands up, she's good.
5.5 feet tall.
5.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like, she's tall. Like, she's a counter surfer.
No doubt, man. If I ran up on her, because when I've been to Los's house, I tried to pet her a few times. She's having none of it.
No, she doesn't. Once she's your friend, then she's your friend forever.
Sure,
but she's very much like, I got to verify before trust.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
It doesn't go the other way.
There's a few visits got to go on before you're gonna pet me on my head.
That's right.
Because I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know what you're up to. This is something that I think most people understand. The Chinese are our biggest enemy, and we must win the AI war. Most people think right now AI is just creating images, which it is, but it's much more than that. There's some of that in there. Creating songs that are funny that we've used on this show when Los has put those together. All that's true. But there's so much more to it because warfare is a part of it. AI will be a huge factor in warfare. It's illegal for NVIDIA to sell the most advanced computer chips to China. But if you allow 10 million illegals into the country and they work on behalf of the CCP, you're probably able to get around some of those burdensome laws. And that's what we found. 2 Chinese nationals were taking all these chips that the Chinese are not allowed to have and smuggling them to the Chinese through every route that they possibly could. One was on a green card in the United States. The other just came across the border unvetted, as we know the other 10 million did. These people... We have to, and this is going to sound terrible, but I do believe Chinese nationals that are on visas, dude, I'm not sure they can stay here. Kids that are Chinese students, because we know how in Michigan and other schools, how the Chinese force their citizens to do the work of the CCP, and if they don't, they will torture their families. They will do something awful. So they're going to do it. At this point, I don't know how else you get around it by saying y'all can't be here right now.
They are responsible for spying on the United States when they're here, according to the CCP.
It's written in law.
They are responsible for spying in any way they can on the United States when they're here. We're under this impression that just because we're not shooting at each other, that we're not in a huge competition, at the very least an economic war with the Chinese, that they're looking to create global dominance for the future. And they see us as the problem. And I'll take Kash Patel at his word. When Kash Patel did the Joe Rogan podcast, he talked about how the Chinese, part of their strategy as far as flooding fentanyl into the United States is what happens when you remove a generation of young Americans.
It weakens the country.
That when you have 100,000 people from 25 to 35 that are dying every year from this stuff. And now, granted, the numbers have fallen down now. Some of that is enhanced border security. Some of that is that it's now curtailed. They're having to send it through India, and it's having a harder time getting here, but it's still getting here. The Chinese have intentionally been trying to kill as many Americans as possible with this poison.
Absolutely right.
And you don't think that they're just, we'll call bygones be bygones when it comes to technology and spying.
Not at all. Doesn't exist. And I want to be clear. Are Chinese people bad? No. But the CCP is evil.
Yes.
And those people, unfortunately, are compelled, just like Los was saying, they're compelled to do whatever the CCP has them do, including spying. We've got to fix this problem. And I think the Trump administration is very aware of it. Now, it's delicate. This is not going to be an easy fix.
It's one of your
all.
biggest economic partners.
Which is why Trump's doing what he's doing.
And this is not like, when you go and say, "Oh, what's going on with Iran?" Well, that's not a massive economic partner. You bomb them when it's time to bomb them. The Chinese, you can't do any of this stuff with. And if you're going to then start saying, "Hey, we're sending all you out of here because all you're spying," well, now you're creating an incident that's going to have economic ramifications to you.
Yes, you've
got to have a balancing act here.
You got to play it. You're exactly right. The rare earths that we need to build missiles, that we need to build our economy. Apple brought it up yesterday, as a matter of fact. The fact that they're committing another $100 billion on top of the $5 that they've already committed. They're going to buy American-made rare earth magnets from MP Materials, which is an American company. This is all part of that move to take our dependence off of China and put it back squarely on our own shoulders so we can take care of ourselves and not have to depend on our worst enemy in the Chinese. This is such a hot topic. This is such an issue that has to be dealt with, that I'm glad that Donald Trump is the man doing it. Because at a minimum, is he going to make mistakes? Yes. Is he going to be perfect? No. But is his goal to do everything he can to make you safer, to make your family safer, to make this country safer? The answer is 100% emphatically yes. When we continue on Extra 106.3, a leftist said redistricting should be nonpartisan, but only when Republicans are doing it. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
I'm sure that the highly educated Extra 106.3 audience is up to speed on the drama going on in the state of Texas. The Democrat members of that state legislature didn't like the reapportionment bill that was passed by the Republicans, so they tucked tail and ran. They're hiding out in Illinois, for instance, so that they won't have a quorum to pass that bill. Illinois, the worst gerrymandered state in the nation. Sooner or later, they're going to have to come back. They're not going to get paid for this time. They could be arrested. I'm fine with that. But, well, let me tell you what they did years ago in the state of Georgia in establishing a new 12th congressional district. The 12th district would include Augusta, but it needed more people to be fairly apportioned, so they needed, being Democrats, more black voters in this district. There were voters available in Savannah. They could take portions of Savannah, but wait a minute. There's a problem. The district has to be contiguous. It can't be partially here and partially there. So they had to connect Augusta to Savannah somehow. How did they do it? They drew up a redistricting line that ran down the middle of the Augusta River where nobody lives, about a 50-yard swath. It didn't touch either bank because maybe crackers live in there and that wasn't going to help. So they extended it down to Savannah, incorporated a large Savannah black neighborhood, and voila, they had their black district. That's Democrats in Georgia. Things changed later when the Republicans got control. They've ceded it again to a large number of Democrats. Lord knows what's going to happen next. But don't believe the Democrats when they criticize the Republicans for gerrymandering. The Democrats are the champs. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Modular and offsite construction is booming. If you're an architect, building engineer, supplier, developer, or contractor, you can't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, returning to the International Convention Center in Atlanta on August 19th. With the rising cost of traditional building, modular and offsite construction is changing the way that companies build. It's quicker, cheaper, and offers a faster ROI. So don't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to the International Convention Center in Atlanta on August 19th. This is your opportunity to learn from and connect
connect with the industry's best. Register today at offsiteconstructionnetwork.com. That's offsiteconstructionnetwork.com.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We have become a highly sought-after turf installation company in the Atlanta and North Georgia luxury residential market. The big reason for that is our installers are ATL Turf Co. employees. We do not outsource labor. They are trained to be experts in the turf installation process, drainage, grading. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Billions of dollars are now flowing into the U.S. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump posted that at midnight on Truth Social when new U.S. tariffs on a lot more imports went into effect.
More than 60 countries in the European Union are subject to rates of 10% or higher. The administration believes the tariffs will steer companies to step up investing and manufacturing in the U.S.
Fox's Jenny Casola. Now, tariffs on imports from India will double later this month to 50% as punishment for buying Russian oil. Tomorrow is the deadline for Russia to stop the war in Ukraine or face new economic sanctions. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson reports.
Now, yesterday, Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff visited the Kremlin to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin face-to-face, trying to negotiate an end to its war on Ukraine that has seen casualty figures on the European continent not seen since World War II. President Trump says he hopes to meet Putin as soon as next week.
That's fine. Again, Lucas Tomlinson reports out of Russia this morning say Trump and Putin have agreed to meet in the coming days. We just got another post from the president that he's told the Commerce Department to immediately start working on a new census. He wrote would be highly accurate based on modern facts and figures using the 2024 election results, and people in the U.S. illegally will not be counted. Now to Georgia. Fox's Jonathan Seri at Fort Stewart. The morning after 5 soldiers were shot.
Dan Driscoll, the Army Secretary, has scheduled a news conference on Post this morning to talk about the shooting, but also to recognize the actions of the soldiers who immediately responded to this incident, describing what they did as acts of heroism. Soldiers who witnessed the shooting tackled the gunman and held him until arresting officers arrived.
The accused gunman's a sergeant, Cornelius Radford. The 5 wounded soldiers expected to recover. Other American soldiers in custody. Taylor Lee, stationed at Fort Bliss in Texas, arrested on espionage charges, accused of trying to give Russia classified information on U.S. Abrams tanks. America's listening to Fox News.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Xtra 106.3. Worldwide on the Xtra app.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230 at Xtra 106.3 across the social media platforms. And easy to find. Los at Front Office Los. Jeray at Whiskey Click. And you can find me at Tug Cowart. So it's been so common to hear people say, well, this should be a nonpartisan issue. It should be nonpartisan. And most people probably are like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, most things should be nonpartisan. Let's just have a good discussion and work things out in a fair manner for everyone. Now, fair seems to be a bit of a construct, but you know what I mean. We're trying to get there too, so everybody feels good about it, right?
Everybody feels that's the best we can hope for.
Yeah.
Fair doesn't exist, but we're just hoping everybody feels good about it.
Yeah, it's the best we can. Nonpartisan was a word that was used, and when this person used it, they said, well, this should be nonpartisan, except We want you to go nuclear against the Republicans. What part of that is nonpartisan, Los?
So this is Alyssa Slotkin. And Alyssa was being interviewed by MSNBC. And she's a Democrat out of Michigan. And she's a senator. And so she's looking at it as, all right, we have a fight going on right now in this country where the Republicans are actually doing what we do. We gerrymander the states wildly. And now they're doing it. And now we're actually losing power because of it. And then they're going to demand that we have elections where IDs are actually present. Remember, the only states that Kamala Harris won were the ones you don't have to show ID to vote. Say this again. The only states Kamala Harris won were those where you do not have to show ID to vote. All right, this is their power. This is how they do things.
I'm so blown away by that. I'm so surprised.
So I want you to listen. This is Alyssa Slotkin, member, senator, watching what's going on with the Democrats' power, knowing that we're getting rid of the illegals, knowing that we're talking about redoing a census, knowing that we're redistricting. Now she's like, it's time to get serious.
I'm going to urge and encourage blue states like a California or a Chicago or a Illinois, to do the same thing. I don't want to do that. I want the country to have a completely nonpartisan drawing of the lines based on the census. But if they're going to do that and go nuclear, so am I.
You already did.
What are you talking about? Princeton University said Illinois is the most gerrymandered state in America. And ironically, that's where the Texas Democrats ran off to.
Baby girl, it's already been done. These states have already been gerrymandered to the max potential.
It cannot get any worse.
It can't get any worse.
That's right.
It can't be done any further.
You're mad that the Republicans are doing exactly what you did to catch up. Because that's what we're doing. We're playing catch up.
And the real frustration point that they have, when we start shipping out their new voters, their illegals, okay, that's a crying point. That's a problem for them. Maybe the bigger issue is the amount of Hispanic and Black Americans that are voting Republican. Because now these gerrymander plans aren't working.
Right. Because you use the example of Texas.
In Texas, these new areas that they're drawing up are largely Hispanic, and they voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump.
Imagine that. And they still, to this day, the mainstream media of the left, they still tell you that that Donald Trump with deportations is alienating Hispanic folks.
No, he's not.
And it's not true.
In fact, the people that have the biggest support for him when it comes to a demographic of people, I'm not saying like Texans or Georgians, when you look at the biggest demographic that supports illegals being shipped out of here, it's Hispanic Americans.
Because they understand. They see what happens when all of a sudden there's 25 people that is vying for a job and lowering the cost of doing said job.
You had a story about, it was somebody who was covering the emergency rooms.
Oh, yes, in California.
In California, how they're empty.
And this was that lady was an emergency room nurse.
An emergency room nurse who's looking around going,
where's everybody at?
Where's everybody at?
Because it kind of dovetailed and piggybacked on the one that you had the week before about traffic being so much.
Yeah, traffic is suddenly apparently non-existent at certain times in California and LA specifically. The expectation was 1 out of every 10 in LA was illegal.
Yeah.
They're now starting to think it might be 1 out of every 3.
Unreal.
So suddenly these people are not functioning in society or went home. And so the emergency rooms alone, the emergency room nurse is like, this is totally different. Normally people in here for all sorts of craziness.
It's so odd to see. But you have to think that those same emergency room nurses are like, okay, when somebody comes in for an actual emergency, we can get to them. We can get to them, which is the whole point to begin with. It's not supposed to be the minute clinic, but that was the way it was being used.
Yeah, it was, I'm having an issue with my eyes. Well, you need glasses.
Let me go do the eye chart at the emergency room. That's definitely not the way it is. But the other thing that's so funny about this is how Senator Slotkin says, well, we want it to be nonpartisan, except when the Republicans do it. That she is so telling, and the Democrats are so telling because they don't want it to be nonpartisan at all. They want to have the control that they've always had, and they're getting so frustrated because all of their money has dried up. You know, they were outraising and have for, I don't know, as long as I can remember. The Democrat Party has always outraised the Republican Party. But when you find out they weren't having to raise money at all, it was being kicked back to them through USAID.
Yes.
They are so livid. Now they're frightened. And what happens to a dog that's backed into a corner? They panic, they freak out, and they start biting. And that's exactly what she's doing.
This is how little power they really have in this scenario. So this was yesterday. This is Massachusetts Governor Healey, Maura Healey. She goes on television, and you'll hear leading up to this is going to be part of the broadcast where they're talking about the governors now has a response for what's going on around the country. Listen to this threat.
Many Democratic majority states are now threatening to rewrite their own maps if Texas follows through with its plan.
Donald Trump, Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton have left us no choice. That's the reality. Nobody came looking for this.
She's threatening to redraw a state that doesn't have any Republicans. There's
zero.
There's no representation for Republicans in the state of Massachusetts.
And haven't been for at least 2 decades, if not more.
You can go through, and this is part of what I did yesterday. I went to the govtrack.us because you can then see who represents what areas.
Sure.
There's not one person in here.
And that's Massachusetts specifically.
It's Massachusetts specifically that doesn't say Democrat.
Didn't have a D beside their name.
Every single one of them.
So you're going to, again, I used the example, squeeze blood out of a turnip. Because that's what you're going to have to try to do. Because there's nothing left. You don't have any Republicans. What are you going to do? Are you going to gerrymander it even further? For what? What's the goal? Like, what are you hoping to accomplish? I mean, you've already done it.
We're going to redraw our map. Really?
And see, but
how?
It goes along with J.D. Pritzker, where
And by the way, Massachusetts isn't even that bad. Like when you look at of what they've actually got set up
compared to Illinois and California,
where it's largely blocks that make sense by populations, and she's talking about we're going to have to gerrymander this thing. Okay,
yeah. Good luck.
I've been looking at some of the worst examples of the districts across the country this morning. Some of these look like they might get thrown on a WNBA court.
Yeah,
it's got some wiggle to them.
Yeah, and they bounce
interesting shapes.
Yeah. Well, let's play this J.D. Pritzker cut when he sat down with Stephen Colbert. We've told you that Princeton University, when they take a look at all the gerrymandering that goes on and the redistricting that goes on around the country, they say that Pritzker's state of Illinois is the worst of the worst. And yet, they don't care. They find it humorous. Listen to how jovial they are when they describe the gerrymandering and the description of those districts. Listen to this.
What happens now? A lot of governors out there are saying, well, they're going to increase the gerrymander of their states in order to counter what Texas has done. California has already said, well, what they're going to do, they're going to put a plan in place that'll wipe out 6 Republican seats, but it'll only be triggered if Texas goes through with their plan. It's, it's kind of like, a dead man switch or something like that. Can Illinois do something like that?
It's possible, and I've said everything's on the table. I mean, we got to fight fire with fire. Mm-hmm. They've frankly tossed the rule book out, and they're just acting in an unconstitutional fashion. And what we're going to have to do is whatever it takes to preserve democracy.
They're the SEALs. And then they go on. Listen, they'll start making fun of the actual districts.
If you're considering doing a little more redrawing in Illinois, you already have some crazy districts in Illinois. Take a look at this. Look at 17 here. It does that. Then it comes up here and it sneaks around there and goes all the way up here and then goes right over there like that.
He's describing the zigzag.
Look at this one, kind of goes whoop up there. It's like the stinger on a scorpion down here. Is this common for all states to do?
Well, we handed it over to a kindergarten class and let them decide.
They're so comfortable. They're so comfortable with what they've done for the last 50 years that they can sit back and laugh at it. We let kindergartners draw it out. Look how well we've done.
What he is pointing out in the state of Illinois, there's actually a district that looks like it's been drawn like a U-turn.
Yeah, that's right.
Like at an intersection U-turn where it actually spins all the way around into another area. And you're like, well, why was it done that way? Well, because it has to collect a certain amount of people and has to have a certain demographic. This is going to be the damning situation if we get there when the Voting Rights Act 1965, Section 2. if we get to the point where the Supreme Court, and I believe they will eventually hear this case, and they start throwing out that you cannot build any of these
based on race,
if that occurs, man, game on.
Dude, it will be the end of the Democrats.
It'll be a huge problem for them.
Dude, they already have problems.
Yeah.
This would just be the one that was probably insurmountable.
And again, in the state of Texas, the part that the Democrats do not want to talk about, they're creating more representation for their Hispanic communities, and they voted hardcore for Trump. That's the part where they're like, what are they doing? Why are they discrediting people? Why are they taking away their democracy and their representation? No, it's actually enhancing their representation.
They hope that saying that is going to have some sort of effect and support.
It'll get me emotional.
But that's exactly right. Did you hear when Pritzker said threat to democracy? Because the only people that go on to Colbert are Democrat politicians. We've established the fact that they don't even have comedians on anymore. It's all
just politicians.
Freaking James Comey and people like that.
After $40 million lost, they're like, this is no longer a comedy show.
So who shows up to cheer on? That's the 18%.
Yes.
It's the same group. That's why they cheer. Nobody else is cheering for that. Well, nobody else is actually going to attend that.
I mean, when you look at that map, and they're actually first off, they're showing it to a national television audience. And anyone who saw that map went, that didn't make any sense. And yet they're celebrating it, telling you, hey, we'll have to do it more than this.
Yeah, we're going to do it.
How?
Do you have that page? Because I would love to know what Illinois is. Yeah, because we talked about this earlier, too, with California. 40% of the state is represented by or is Republican voters, except they don't have nearly that much representation in the in the United States.
That's
Congress.
the 13th, how it curves like a U.
Yeah.
It's half of a U as it basically eats up a certain area that they have to. And by the way, that half of a U cuts through the 15th district.
It almost splits it in two.
Yeah.
If they went just a few miles further, they would run it also into the 2nd district.
Yeah.
And I guess that's one of the rules too, that they can't be separated. There has to be a connection. They can't say.
It has to be continuous.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And but they felt so comfortable making fun of you and I, because these buffoons will never get it. They'll never know what we're doing, and they'll never stop us. That's why they're so livid right now, because they're like, wait, for 50, 60 years, they've not been able to stop us. And now they're using our tricks against us? How could this be? And they're furious, and that's why you see Pritzker on with Colbert. That's why you see Slotkin on whatever network she was on.
She was on MSNBC.
Of course. Huge surprise, I know.
She ran back to the team.
Absolutely. How do I get some favorable coverage? But if I go on X and just post this, I'm going to get ratioed out of the building. These people are not putting up with whatever bull crap that I'm putting down. Because independent journalists won't allow it, because everyday Americans won't allow it, they're going to respond, and they have the ability to.
I've been enjoying the independent journalists out there.
Me too, man. I've always loved Catherine Herridge, and I know she was at Fox News and she was at CBS, but has left both of those networks and has criticism for both of those networks. But what she does as an independent journalist, I think, is unmatched, man. I think she puts in the effort that very few others do, and I know Matt Taibbi is another great one.
Yeah, they've been fun to follow along when it comes to their coverage of all of this, because it almost feels like they're the people in the room that are giving you the most sanity of trying to call balls and strikes accordingly.
Yeah.
And both of them have been like, are y'all being ridiculous about this? Like, gerrymandering exists because of the Democrats.
That's right. That's exactly right. And now, all of a sudden, the Republicans go, okay, we're going to fight fire with fire.
Like, okay, fine. You want to do that? We'll do it too. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. You can't do that.
Can't.
Oh, you don't understand. When we play baseball, we play with 4 strikes. You play with 3.
That's right. And we're going to hold you to that.
What do you mean you're going to play by our rules?
Yeah.
You can't play by our rules. There are rules.
This is unacceptable, and we will change them. It's like the kid on the kickball field in elementary school that didn't like whatever happened to him when it was his turn to kick, so he changed the rules mid-game. We all played with that kid.
Yes.
And they would change.
The do-over kid.
Dude, and everybody knows it. If you ask my son's group of buds who it is, I won't say it aloud. They know exactly who it is. That's the one that always changes the rules mid-game.
It's Jeff. He's the do-over kid.
Exactly.
I'm going to need a do-over.
That's right.
No, just, you're out.
Yeah, dude, that's it. You don't get 4 strikes. Sorry. You don't get to do that.
Well, Democrats are upset, and suddenly the Republicans are like, no, we're playing the same game now.
No, that's right.
Deal with it.
And you get no do-overs. There is no do-over kid anymore. Your power is gone.
I don't know if you know this. We're like now the alpha males in the room that are taking care of this. Y'all are all the betas just complaining. And by the way, they're still running out Beto O'Rourke, like the ultimate beta, to like complain about this in Texas.
What in the world are the Democrats thinking? Why would I? Dude, you're a Texan, so I'll lean on
I have no idea why they continue to run that man out who can, outside of the city of Austin, he can't generate anyone to show up and watch. And if you want to have like the most cringe-worthy moment, go watch when he was running, I believe in 2020, and they were doing Beto dances out in the fields in Austin.
No, thank you.
I'll
take your word for it.
Weird.
I'll just take your word for it.
Yet they go, we'll put him up against Ted Cruz. Please.
Get ready for the beatdown.
Oh, by the way, shout out to Jeff who points out you have to remember gerrymandering is only wrong when the Republicans do it.
Exactly how we started the segment. Jeff, that's exactly the way we started the segment. That it's only wrong when Republicans do it because they've been doing it for 50 years and they're pissed that Republicans are starting to use their own tactics against them. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. John Brennan has a major problem on his hands. Next on Extra.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Extra 106.3 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Extra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
Hey, it's Flounder here. And this month at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we're celebrating love with a full month dedicated to the trend-setting, award-winning designs of Gnome Carver and Crown Ring, two of the most iconic names in bridal jewelry. Whether you're shopping for an engagement ring or wedding bands, we've got the largest selection in Atlanta. Special offers all month long, and every piece is backed by our low price guarantee. Even on Gnome Carter's latest Luna collection featuring a patented pillow comfort interior. And here's something you don't want to miss. Wedding Band Weekend is happening August 15th through 17th for 3 days only. Buy one wedding band, get one half off on all wedding bands in the store. It's the perfect time to find your forever rings. Come see us on Peachtree Road in Buckhead, on Old Milton Parkway in Alpharetta, or on Fisher Crossings Drive, Sharpsburg. And you can always shop online at SolomonBrothers.com and click Book Appointment for your private consultation with one of our expert jewelers.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family-owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com. Or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Fox on Tech. AI scientists in China are monkeying around again. A group of university researchers in China say they've recreated the brain of a macaque monkey using artificial intelligence and a specially built computer making use of 960 processor chips with each of those supporting 2 billion neurons and more than 100 billion synapses. And that is similar to the number of neurons and synapses that a macaque has. They've named the project Darwin Monkey, and together with China's DeepSeek AI, it is demonstrating impressive levels of logical reasoning and mathematical problem solving. The team argues it is the closest thing yet to building an actual brain with brain power. But while the diminutive primates are quite intelligent, they're not nearly as so as humans. Our brains are more complex, and if a computer can ever be built to replicate that, we'll all be an AI monkey's uncle. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
This is House Call for Health. Lyme disease can be common during this time of year. A bacterial infection causes the disease transmitted to humans through the bite of a deer tick. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says deer ticks can be just the size of a poppy seed, but can inject a numbing chemical when they bite, so it can go undetected for weeks. Experts tell Fox News Digital the infection can lead to joint pain, severe muscle pain, Lyme arthritis, even cardiac complications and neurological conditions. One major sign of Lyme disease, a red circular bullseye rash or multiple rashes. The CDC says most cases of Lyme disease can be treated with 10 to 14 days of antibiotics. And being treated that way in the early stages usually leads to a rapid and complete recovery. Lyme disease is especially prevalent in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, and Upper Midwest regions. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Military Matters.
A new warning from the Government Accountability Office that the U.S. industrial base's reliance on Chinese parts needed for most U.S. military weapons poses a national security threat the Pentagon continues to ignore. The Defense Department relies on more than 200,000 global suppliers to build weapons, but federal contractors are not contractually obligated to tell DoD from where their manufacturing components originate, like the titanium needed to build nuclear submarines, which often comes from hostile nations like China. In April, President Trump tasked Defense Secretary Hegseth to spearhead a strategy on how to reduce dependence on China by this October, a deadline that is fast approaching. Last year, the production of the F-35 fighter jet came to a standstill for months when Chinese magnets were found in the warplanes and the Pentagon had to find alternative suppliers. For Military Matters at the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, August 7th. Over $1 billion in special tax refunds for Georgians have reached bank accounts. The Georgia Department of Revenue says over 3 million refunds have been processed, about 90% of all refunds to be issued. Officials say if you haven't yet received yours, all refunds are expected to be processed by October. Charges have been dropped against a Cobb County man who was accused of trying to kidnap a child at Walmart in Ackworth in March. 56-year-old Mahendra Patel says he was only trying to keep the child from falling out of a cart while directing the mother to the medicine aisle. Security footage supported Patel, showing the mother giving him a thumbs up during the exchange. The Georgia Department of Transportation is asking for public feedback on a proposed passenger rail line to connect Atlanta and Savannah. You can respond on the GDOT website. And the FBI Atlanta office says violent crime is trending downward. Nationally, violent crimes have fallen 4.5% so far in 2024. With Georgia showing an even bigger 10.5% drop. Today's weather partly cloudy with temperatures reaching the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. There is another video that's just popped up. University of Oklahoma, their sorority uploaded a Good Genes video going viral, promoting American pride.
Oh, yeah, no, they did the dancing.
I hadn't seen that one yet, and now there it is. And then just above that, in my X feed, you can find me at Tug Cowart Los, at Front Office Los, and Jeray's at Whiskey Click.
Something I'd forgotten about. Did you see? Because now they're not doing the autopsy. We are. Like, how did the Democrats manage to lose all the young men in this country? That if you're a young man and you're voting Democrat, and you're talking about that sort of stuff. I mean, at that point, I'm like, okay, you are coffee boy. You're pajama boy.
That's right.
It's like, that's just kind of what it is.
And it's accepted.
Yeah, if you're a masculine male, more than likely you're riding with us. Just what it is. And cool.
Welcome.
One of the things they did is they went and dug up the video from like 8 years ago of the song, you know, in this case it's set up for Hillary, but it's Chelsea's mom.
Oh, yeah.
And did you not think, as you got it in there in the show, did it not just remind you,
dude,
how did you lose young men? It's because you were doing stuff like this.
Yeah, we'll play that for you toward the end of the show.
It's bad.
It's awful.
Meanwhile, if you saw the video from last night, have you seen Cartman from South Park as Charlie Kirk? It's hilarious.
It's hysterical.
It is so geniusly funny.
Master debater.
Yes, as he's doing the campus tour deal.
It's so great.
And he just flat out throwing stuff in their face, and you're like, that's the way Charlie Kirk exactly would do it.
And he's so smart to embrace it.
Yeah,
he's
Charlie Kirk, he's retweeting. He's like, that's hilarious.
Absolutely.
I think
just like J.D. Vance did.
I think he put something up like, well done, South Park. Like, well done, Cartman.
Absolutely, man. How do you deflect anything that? And I don't think they were going after him. I think they just realized comedy and what's funny. But even if somebody was trying to use it against him, he's embraced it. He's already taken it away from them. Then they can't even use it.
That's what he wrote. Not bad, Cartman.
Yeah, and then
send this on over.
And then on that, he also says, Charlie Kirk, of that clip that you're sending to Jure, and hopefully we'll play for you here in just a few minutes. He said that was me actually word for word.
Yeah.
In a different tweet, in a different post. He was like, that's actually exactly what I said.
They must have taken one of his campus arguments and reenacted it.
Which is the beauty.
And the funny part is, Cartman has the exact same haircut. Like, they gave him the Charlie Kirk hair for this bit.
Dude, it's so awesome. I love it.
Is it the one on the abortion rights?
Yes.
Here you go.
Oh my God, what makes you think you have the right to say what I do with my body?
Let me ask you something. If a pregnant woman is killed and the baby dies too, why is the killer charged with a double homicide?
Well, because people have different beliefs.
It's not about belief, it's about truth. Science confirms life begins at conception.
You're charged with 2 murders. Yes. Well, it's hilarious.
It's so easy. So
Cartman making Charlie Kirk arguments. Love it.
How easy has it become, though? Because the Democrats have backed themselves into a position where no one relates to them. Definitely not dudes. Not a everyday dude. Nobody relates to them. They've made themselves the punching bag. They've made it so easy to take everything they do and make fun of it. Just like we're going to do with the Chelsea's mom has got it going on.
Oh, Lord.
Dude, it is the dumbest thing you will hear and see. And I feel bad for playing it for you because you're going to be dumber for having heard it.
I just don't know. And it's got a culmination of all of this stuff. I don't think it's just one thing.
No, that's right. It's not. It's
but it was this culmination. How did these people that used to be the icons of cool, right? Like at one point, they were the ones that were counterculture and here's what rock music is. Like they gave us MTV, all right? Like they were the ones who were like, we are the arbiters of what is cool in this country. And they've all turned into your old dirty grandma who has no humor and no comedy and definitely doesn't know how to meme. All right, can't take a joke, can't deliver a joke.
Remember Rock the Vote? How big that was? They owned it.
It was theirs,
and it was driving voters for the Democrats 100%. Did they try to keep it nonpartisan in their presentation? Yes. Because they didn't want you to know that they were going to brainwash you when you started talking to them about Rock the Vote. It was a movement to motivate young Democrat voters. They owned it.
It was 20-year-old Lenny Kravitz with his abs and his dreads and him telling you about, hey, man, it's time to go get registered to vote.
Coolest dude you've ever seen in your whole life.
And you're like, man, Lenny just told me I got to go register to vote. I better go register to vote.
Still to this day, there was an ad this early in the summer of Lenny Kravitz, and it was like for a perfume brand or a cologne brand or something.
Still the coolest guy in every room.
Still the freaking, and he's upper 50s now.
Now, here's the problem with Lenny. Do you realize how hard it is to get up in the morning and have to be Lenny Kravitz? Like, you can't go to the grocery store as Lenny Kravitz.
No.
Because if you go anywhere, where's the leather pants? Where's the shirt that's barely on? Where's, like, the kind of like half tie? Got to have everything right. There's an expectation there. You can't go run into QT as Lenny Kravitz because if you show up in like board shorts and a t-shirt, you don't look right.
That's right.
That's what is hard about being Lenny Kravitz. I love Lenny Kravitz.
There was a post a year ago, almost a year to the date, of Lenny Kravitz, and it was his trip to Buc-ee's. He was like, I got to see what this is all about. And if I'm not mistaken, it was one over in Alabama. I don't quote me on that, but I think that's what it was.
How was he dressed?
To the nines.
Like Lenny.
Yeah.
You can't, if I show up at your event and I am not wearing a hoodie, you're probably going to be a little weirded out. It's like, I see you guys on YouTube. And
Are you uncomfortable?
I'm like, it's cold in our studio. When we showed up here yesterday, what was it in the building, like 60? 65
I wore
degrees?
a jacket the whole day.
Yeah, it was cold the entire time. So I always bring a hoodie. Even as soon as I get outside the studio, immediately it comes off and I'm back into like, here, comfy shirt. Here's what I'm wearing.
Yeah, I want to show.
There's a an expectation of what you think Tug and I are going to wear on a daily basis. What I'm saying for Lenny is it's hard to be Lenny Kravitz because you've got to show up everywhere looking like Lenny Kravitz.
That's right. The coolest dude in the room, always, that every chick is swooning over, that every dude wants to be like. Dude's, he's cut up, washboard abs at 50 plus. I don't know how old he is, probably late 50s, I would assume. But just always the coolest guy. That's who the Democrats were. Were being the key word. That's who they were.
Yeah, Lenny Kravitz
no longer.
is walking into Buc-ee's with the leather pants, the leather shirt.
Yep. Because if Lowe's walked into Buc-ee's looking like that, they'd ask him to leave. If I walked in there, they'd be like, "Sir, no, thank you."
He's got the cool sunglasses.
He's got the dreads.
But this is the problem. He can't get off the tour bus not dressed like this.
That's right. Dude, yeah. And he knows that, and that's why he does what he does. But it was so cool to see him. He was the coolest guy in the building. Shook every hand, signed every autograph, took every picture at the dadgum Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is a Republican joint. That is a conservative outlet. Do you think the people that own Buc-ee's are Democrat voters? Because I don't.
I have no idea.
Look,
I was just told yesterday that Buc-ee's has a history of racism.
Right, exactly. So that tells you that they're not a liberal joint.
Apparently, no one told Lenny Kravitz.
Well, but it didn't matter.
No,
because they don't carry any weight anymore.
In the same way as I told you, if there was an establishment called Hoodies and they had a really good breakfast taco made out of tofu and it was run by the KKK, I'd be like, that's unfortunate. I have to go buy this from the KKK, but it don't matter to me.
And that's the thing about Lenny. He was like, this place is getting so much press. I got to go see what this is about.
I got to go check it out. I got to go get the experience. But the coolest place, I got to go check it out because I'm the coolest guy ever.
That's right. And he is. It's awesome to see. It was so cool. And that's what they've lost. That's what the Democrats have lost.
The cool factor. It's gone.
And they can't get it back. There's not a chance they get it back. Let's play. I know we're supposed to do the end of the show, but I think it's worth playing now since we were just talking about it. The stupid song. Yeah, here we go. It's a bunch of dudes, a bunch of beta males, singing about Hillary freaking Clinton instead of Sydney Sweeney.
Jesse's mom has got it going on. Jesse's mom
no, she doesn't.
Got it going on. Chelsea, do you remember back in 93?
That was the last. Matter of fact, that was the last time they were cool.
Your mom was quite the first lady. I think you'd agree.
Dude,
it's hard not to watch that and just go
cringe.
Not one of them's a dude. But
just
that's
cringe-worthy.
I can't imagine in 2016 how that didn't bring it home.
You wonder why you can't talk to dudes? Actual male voters in America? Because you're doing that and saying Sydney Sweeney is a Nazi. That's the comparison.
It's about an 8-year run where you got all of the kids from the time they were about, 8, 10 years old to now at 18, 20 years old, and they're all going, nah, you haven't reached me for the decade. You were trying that a decade ago.
And you've told me how awful I am because I think pretty girls are pretty.
Oh, that's so terrible.
But that's what they've done. For how long have they said, you can't look at a woman? If you look at her, that's a microaggression.
I was about to say, that's a microaggression. You can't do that.
If you look at her and say, wow, she's a good-looking girl. Like, instinctively that every male does.
All right, so if you ever want just a history of where everything went wrong, Jeremy Piven, 1994, I believe it's PCU. And that movie was 30 years ago and foretold everything that was going to happen as far as there are people that are constantly looking to be angry, to be offended, and that's how they validate their lives. In fact, one of the great lines from it is he's walking a freshman around campus. He goes, you see those women over there? He's like, yeah. He goes, no, you don't. Those are womenist.
That's right.
It's like, what? It's a different scenario.
Yeah, right. And what was the group of people that always came after those guys? What? It doesn't matter. The movie is genius.
The movie was foretelling of everything that was going to happen and how young people, the ones that rejected it, were going to be the cool people. We're going to be the party ones. We're going to be the people that had the most fun. If you rejected this entire, and it went beyond PC, then it turned to woke culture.
Yep.
The young people, especially young men, are the ones that are like, woke culture, want nothing to do with it.
Well, that's because you're told that you're awful every day. At what point do you go, man, I don't want any part?
Okay, fine, I'm awful.
I'm awful.
What is it that I say? Whenever I go over to our sports station and I'm getting ready to, sub in, I always point out the same thing on Twitter, on X. Your favorite bigot will be filling in 2 to 6. Because at one point, that was the only response. In fact, the responses to management when I was going to go on was like, you're letting that bigot go on that station? I was like, they know me more than they know you. And at this point, yeah, just call me that. Yeah, bigot.
Whatever you want to call me.
Yeah, call me whatever you want.
It has the same teeth racism does. It has the same teeth sexism does.
I was told that my white privilege was showing. I was like, I wasn't aware that was available.
Well, buddy, you need to break out your birth certificate, maybe.
Man, that's problematic.
It does seem.
I didn't know.
Tug, you're not allowed to ask about birth certificates.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Your white privilege does not allow it.
Yeah.
It's such a backwards mentality, and I think that's one of the things I enjoy with my friend group is that even those of us that do not get along politically or do not see eye to eye, there's that moment of where I'll say something and they kind of look at me like you're not allowed to say it, and then they're like, "Oh, but it's you." And so they kind of just
they
get
cut you some slack.
Yeah, just like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that if you want to have legitimate conversations with people, then you can't throw up all the rules. And the only way it happens is for oftentimes those people that vote Democrat that are wildly liberal. You got to drop the rules for a while. If you don't drop the rules, you're losing society. You're losing the game here.
But the rules are meant to prevent you from being able to talk.
Yep.
That way there is no discussion. That way you can't question. And they are right. They own it. You can't question it. That's why the rules are in place.
Like, I'd like to think that there'll be two liberal guys. They'll be standing there one day. It'll be like Greg and Jeff. And they're going to go, you remember when we did that whole thing where it was a bunch of men that were dressed up like women and they made us call them women? That was weird.
That was so... Dude, I'm saying it now.
Like, we had to call them women. And like, if we didn't, we were getting in trouble.
Yeah, they told us we were...
He's like, didn't you think that was weird? I thought that was weird.
We were transphobic is what they told us. I was scared to death, horrified.
And then they start reviewing some of these as like the red pill goes deeper into their throat. Yeah. Be like, oh, found out some stuff.
And then it just comes rushing at them. just like the memories coming through.
Do you remember when they told us that I was going to lose my job if I didn't stick this needle in my arm and they couldn't tell me what was in it?
And then they kicked people out of our military for not taking it?
It was experimental from the government. It's like, did we not learn anything?
What? We did that? We did that? It is going to be...
Is that what we went with?
It's going to be a history lesson for people. You know what? Not even going to be. It's right now. That's why you're seeing everything pushing the way it's pushing. Because people are so tired of that. That's the reason Donald Trump's winning the way he is. That's the reason girls are doing funny videos for their sorority recruitment. And dudes are allowed to say Sydney Sweeney is an attractive woman.
Let's hit the Brennan thing.
Yeah, man. We'll do that next.
Yeah, we can finish that off. That's a feel good to end the 8 o'clock hour.
Just the fact that dude has some major problems on his hand next on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, August 7th. The Atlanta Braves were swept out of Truist Park by the Milwaukee Brewers, including a 5-4 loss last night. Next up, a 4-game series with the visiting Miami Marlins. It'll be Carlos Carrasco getting another start for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Yuri Perez. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, it's an off day for the Atlanta Falcons. From training camp, the team will host the Detroit Lions tomorrow night at Mercedes-Benz Stadium to open up their preseason schedule. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus an honest fee. Guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
When you meet with Coach Pete's local trusted advisor, Craig Chandler, about your retirement plan, it's not only comprehensive, it's customized because everyone is different. Coach Pete, give us a glimpse of that meeting with Craig Chandler.
Yeah, we do 22 steps behind the scenes for your plans, folks, and we give it all on one page. We explain it all on one page in coding, easy to understand, so you see exactly what's going to happen in retirement. It's a one-page retirement income plan. And if you haven't had that yet, we're going to do that at no cost or obligation. If you call right now, we'll put one together for you, but it'll put you in control of retirement instead of retirement controlling you. And that's the best thing you could ever feel, is that freedom, the financial freedom that you and your family deserve.
Get that look at what your retirement plan can be. Great second opinion, too. No cost, no obligation. Call Craig Chandler, 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164.
Transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. That is, until they meet the Warrior Alliance. The Warrior Alliance goes the extra mile to reach veterans in their communities so they do not have to take this journey alone. With over 40 partners across 10 service areas, your donation goes a long way toward achieving maximum impact for a veteran and their family. Go to thewarrioralliance.org to donate today and commit to helping the Warrior Alliance change thousands of lives for the better.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
Fox 2.
I'm Michelle Polino on Netflix Wednesday. The smash hit dark fantasy comedy series reimagining Charles Addams' classic Addams Family characters is back for a new season split into 2 parts. Jenna Ortega stars as teen psychic Wednesday Addams, who's sent to stay at the Nevermore Academy for monstrous outcasts.
Ted Bundy.
On Hulu, Ted Bundy, Dialogue with the Devil, the true crime docuseries about the search for the Green River Killer in the 1980s, during which investigators consulted with convicted serial killer Ted Bundy. On Apple TV Plus, Platonic, the comedy series starring Rose Byrne and Seth Rogen as lifelong friends who reconnect at middle age, is back for season 2. Luke McFarlane and Carla Gallo co-star. On Paramount Plus, Jersey Shore Family Vacation, the MTV reality series, reunites the cast of the iconic series Jersey Shore for new adventures. It's back for the second half of season 7. That's Fox Tube on Fox News.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
One of the coolest. If you were listening in that last segment, we talked about Lenny Kravitz. Dude is still one of the coolest dudes on the face of the earth. And Dre bringing us back with
Just
Fly Away.
Hard being Lenny, though.
Dude, it is.
Because you got to always be Lenny.
You can't.
Got to be on all the time.
By the way, you were saying, this is how cool he is. You were saying late 50s?
Yeah.
He's 61.
Yeah.
There you go. 61. And still one of the coolest dudes on earth. And that's what the left has lost. That was kind of the discussion. At least
the cool factor's gone.
They don't have it anymore. They started Rock the Vote. They started MTV. They had it. They owned everything that was cool. Think about Family Ties in the 80s. What was it about Michael J. Fox? He was the outcast.
He's a dorky Republican.
Because he was the Republican. Now, make that today, it's the exact opposite.
It's the sorority girls throwing it in your face.
Yep.
It was the fraternity guys. They're doing all the Trump dances.
That's exactly right, man.
I mean, you now have...
defending the flag at UNC.
You have on EA College Football, you actually have, when you have certain players score, they'll do the Trump dance. Like, it's in video games now.
Dude.
It's like,
That's
he's
no
won
surprise,
the culture.
But because that's where he came from.
Yeah.
Was winning
he
the culture.
He won the pop culture.
That's exactly
He won
right.
the culture.
He always has. You got to give him credit for that. Democrats are in a bad way. That was the whole topic of the conversation. But let's focus on one Democrat specifically, and that would be John Brennan. That dude is in a bad way for Office Los.
Brennan has got some problems. So this ended up being from Michael Schellenberger. And when we talk about those independent journalists that do a really good job, there's a reason why Schellenberger was one of the guys that you had who got the Twitter files. That Elon Musk was like, Taibbi, Schellenberger, like y'all review all of this stuff, and whatever you put out about it is what you put out about it. Schellenberger has a story, and here was the headline: exclusive, Obama's pathological, and that's a quote used, CIA director put analysts, quote, under duress to cook Russian Gate report, says new whistleblower. Brennan's got problems because it's people within the CIA that are the ones that are coming forward. Now, what does that mean from how he's going to be charged? That's going to be the creative aspect. Because I think he's the first person who's going to get charged with all of this stuff.
And he does too. That's why he lawyered up immediately.
And if you want to tell me it's conspiracy, okay. Now we're going to have to start. If you want to tell me it's perjury, okay, that's going to be an issue. Because the issue with perjury is you can always say, what I said at the time I thought to be true. Like, I can say, hey, the sky is red. Now, later on, you're like, well, you perjured yourself. You know it not to be red. I was like, I thought it was at the time.
But the problem he's going to have, even with that perjury argument, is all the documentation backs up. He already knew. So when he said it and perjured himself, now all the evidence is there. Tulsi has declassified it.
Tulsi Gabbard then ended up pointing out that you can go back to the days of Iraq, weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. She's like, he was cooking stuff then. This is a guy that, depending on what the state wanted, whatever the government wanted, I know how to spin it and make it happen. And in this case, how do you go after Donald Trump? Well, I know how. And so that's going to be the interesting factor, that when whistleblowers are saying, we didn't want to do this, this guy put us under duress with his power, that he'd come down on us if we didn't. That's where this is going to get fascinating, to see if this guy rolls over or if he just says, hey, a deep state's going to take care of me. I'm good.
Well, that's the dog whistle he keeps using in interviews.
His hope.
Yeah. Oh, there's still good people in the CIA. There's still good people in the FBI that won't allow this. No, the whistleblowers are coming out and saying, you cook the books. That's why he chose 5 people out of the CIA to work on the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, that was eventually turned over to Barack Obama. And those 5 people, he knew he had them under his thumb, that they would do anything they wanted. The rest of the CIA wouldn't participate. Remember, we had the story of the one guy that said he was threatened with a promotion if he said a word.
And that's what Michael Schellenberger continues to get to, that you had a portion of the CIA, again, 5 people in this case, where Brennan...
At least for the ICA.
At least for the ICA. But Brennan essentially was running an operation that was all backed by the Democrats. Now, again, what's exactly is the crime? All right, that's for a grand jury to decide.
Right.
But if a grand jury looks at it and says, hey, this guy's going to get indicted for what he was taking part in or what he helped create, that kneecapped an American president for the better part of 3 years, I mean, that was the whole goal. That was the insurance policy that they spoke of. How do we hurt him so that he has to spend so much of his time trying to pretend that everything's on the up and up, while knowing, man, behind the scenes, this entire establishment is coming after me.
The beauty of the grand jury thing is it's made up of just everyday people, right? And then the fact that it's going to get filed in Florida, which you brought up but weeks and weeks ago.
Oh, and he'll get indicted based on their 99.9%. Like, as the joke always goes, you get indicted a ham sandwich.
Absolutely. Our friend Ray Giudice has used that on this station.
Federally, you will get, it's what's going to happen. You're going to be indicted.
But then think about, like, put yourself in that. If you were to see what Tulsi has declassified, it seems pretty clear what had happened. Why would you not indict? It seems like it was an impossibility at this point that he won't get indicted.
I guess that's my question. The grand jury is going to have to identify, all right, what are we indicted? What are the charges going to be? That's the question. Because granted, you have a CIA director along with an FBI director, along with the National Security Advisor.
And a president.
That were all running things that would, under normal circumstances, not be considered official acts. All right, what do you do? I mean, we haven't this. I don't recall in my lifetime where somebody with this kind of power ends up having themselves go to prison or be indicted or stand trial for anything like this.
Right, because there's a two-tier justice system.
Yes.
That's the exact reason that happens or don't happen. But now,
Or even have to stand trial where you're like, wow, the former director of the FBI
is being held to account?
Is being held to account because of an operation he ran. And I guess that's the question. I think it's a nasty operation. I think it's treasonous. Yet, what exactly is the charge?
Yeah. But that's for them to decide.
That's for them to figure
and
out.
I think the prosecutor will help guide that.
I would love for Brennan to just be. I think that dude, one of these dudes is going to roll over. One of these dudes is going to start singing, like, here, I'll tell you everything that occurred.
All you have to do is threaten them with the rest of your life in jail, and I think that will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. That'll be the one that says, okay, here's who did it, here's what they did. Now, who will it be? God, it's fun to watch. Just to see, because they're just like a cat on a hot tin roof, man. They're nervous. Again, that's why they all hire lawyers immediately, because they know they're in deep crap. Next on Extra 106.3, the Trump economic machine just continues to rack up wins for you and me in America. Next on Extra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
I'm sure that the highly educated Extra 106.3 audience is up to speed on the drama going on in the state of Texas. The Democrat members of that state legislature didn't like the reapportionment bill that was passed by the Republicans, so they tucked tail and ran. They're hiding out in Illinois, for instance, so that they won't have a quorum to pass that bill. Illinois, the worst gerrymandered state in the nation. Sooner or later, they're going to have to come back. They're not going to get paid for this time. They could be arrested. I'm fine with that. But, well, let me tell you what they did years ago in the state of Georgia in establishing a new 12th congressional district. The 12th district would include Augusta, but it needed more people to be fairly apportioned, so they needed, being Democrats, more black voters in this district. There were voters available in Savannah. They could take portions of Savannah, but wait a minute. There's a problem. The district has to be contiguous. It can't be partially here and partially there. So they had to connect Augusta to Savannah somehow. How did they do it? They drew up a redistricting line that ran down the middle of the Augusta River where nobody lives, about a 50-yard swath. It didn't touch either bank because maybe crackers live in there and that wasn't going to help. So they extended it down to Savannah, incorporated a large Savannah black neighborhood, and voila, they had their black district. That's Democrats in Georgia. Things changed later when the Republicans got control. They've ceded it again to a large number of Democrats. Lord knows what's going to happen next. But don't believe the Democrats when they criticize the Republicans for gerrymandering. The Democrats are the champs. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Securing America.
Today, August 7th, is National Purple Heart Day, which recognizes those who have been wounded or killed in action while defending the United States. George Washington created the Purple Heart on August 7th, 1782. It was first known as the Badge of Military Merit, but it was not a regular honor until it was revived on Washington's 200th birthday in 1932, when it was made retroactive, meaning soldiers from World War I could be honored. The first World War I vet to be honored was General Douglas MacArthur. In 1942, Congress changed the parameters for the Purple Heart, making it awardable only for injuries or wounds suffered in service, and expanded it to all of the military branches. Originally, it was just for the Army. Purple symbolizes the courage of those who serve. The modern medal features a bust of Washington on one side and the words for military merit on the other. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Babylon B.
Yes.
American Eagle apologizes. Replaces Sydney Sweeney with fat, transgender, double amputee of color.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Could this delay tomorrow's deadline for Russia? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's when President Trump said new economic sanctions would be imposed if Russia does not stop the war in Ukraine.
A Kremlin aide indicating a meeting has been agreed to in principle and would be President Trump's first sit-down with Russian President Putin since the start of his second administration. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president is open to meeting with both Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky, adding great progress was made after this week's meeting between Putin and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff.
That's Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Now, an American soldier is under arrest at Fort Bliss in Texas, charged with espionage. Taylor Lee accused of trying to give Russia classified information on U.S. Abrams tanks. As an Army sergeant is confined in Georgia, accused of shooting 5 U.S. soldiers until others tackled Cornelius Radford.
3 required surgery and 2 were transferred to a local hospital with a level 1 trauma center for additional care. But the Army says all 5 patients are stable and expected to recover.
Fox's Jonathan Seri at Fort Stewart. The mother of a school shooter has committed suicide in Wisconsin. Melissa Rupno, her daughter, Natalie, killed a student and teacher at a Christian school in December, then killed herself.
Rupnow's ex-husband, Jeffrey Rupnow, is charged with allowing Natalie access to the weapons she used in the shooting and told investigators he bought them as a way to connect with her and help her cope following her parents' divorce.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. New U.S. tariffs now in effect on imports from more than 60 countries, ranging from 10 to 41%. President Trump says they have billions of dollars flowing in.
We have a country that is going to be very rich.
In Truth Social Post this morning, the president announced he's calling for a new census immediately based on 2024 election results, and illegal immigrants won't be counted. He also called on Intel CEO to resign immediately the day after Republican Senator Tom Cotton demanded Intel disclose if Lip-Bu-Tan has ties to China's Communist Party. America's listening to Fox News.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10. They've told you that the tariffs are going to sink the economy. They told you things were going to be terrible because Donald Trump is a bad man. He's awful. He's He's a dictator. He's a Nazi. He's all these things. They just went on and on and on telling you how bad Donald Trump was going to be. And then yesterday happened. I want you to hear this about the old S&P 500. Listen to this. We got it.
Here's a look at earnings expectations. What a chart this is. It's been a very strong quarter despite tariff uncertainty, with 82% of S&P 500 companies beating estimates so far. That's the highest rate since 2021.
So they told you. They told you it was going to be terrible. They told you it was going to be awful. And unfortunately, the data doesn't lie. The data continues to reflect strongly on Donald Trump. It doesn't matter about the uncertainty of the tariffs. They continue to bring, I think, $29 billion last month into the United States, into the economy. Donald Trump's talking about, hey, if this goes the way that I see this, I envision this going, maybe we could eliminate the income tax. You got states talking about eliminating, just property taxes altogether. This is Trump's vision for America, vision for you and me and the success of this country.
I didn't have a strong opinion because I didn't have any experience with tariffs.
No, none of us did, right? I get that.
It was realistically, that was something from a bygone era.
Sure.
Like I said, the last time we were tariffing people, as I said, you had like the Titanic on the seas. Okay, like that's how long ago we were using this.
That's right.
Before an income tax policy. So I was curious. And my only belief was that you were going to have, as a way to get access to the American economy, the American consumer, you were going to pay the fees, that you were not going to put them into your pricing. And sure enough, that's how it's played out. Now, could it possibly change down the road?
Sure.
Maybe.
Sure.
Possibly. But as it stands now, all it's doing is making us a crazy ton of money, and we haven't seen, oh my God, the prices of things are going to go up so much.
Or the empty shelves.
Hasn't happened.
They told you we're not going to be able to get all these goods in here.
At least it hasn't been passed to the consumer as of now. Now, it's different when you happen to be, let's say you're a manufacturer of certain products and you need products from overseas. Okay, that's been passed along to you. There's a part of it that you have there. What we've seen is that hasn't always been passed along to the consumer.
They've absorbed that.
Yes.
And will they always? Maybe not. And Donald Trump said that from the beginning. He was like, some things will be costing more. There will be less of whatever the product is because of the way this is going to be structured. However, I know, or I feel, that was his pitch, is that we have to do this. We have to have a couple pain points if we're going to rebuild manufacturing in the country to make sure that we have a robust economy that benefits all Americans.
And there is the rub. You're trying to not only rebuild American economy through manufacturing, but you're also looking to protect it with manufacturing. Because as the benefit that America has, we have a ton of educated people. We can put manufacturing plants all over the country and they'll all run, they'll have plenty of workers. But the American worker costs more.
Yeah, it does.
So the benefit is if you are using a tariff policy to protect your goods at home from Chinese goods coming in and being lesser or the same price, hey, why not? Now I've got an American-made product. It costs you, let's say, $1 or $2 less versus a Chinese product. That's how you build in your protectionism.
And the
Chinese, by the way, are paid to get access to my to my economy.
Absolutely right. And it's still not rocking the boat. And here's the deal. I don't know about you, man. When I go to a mom and pop place, I expect I'm going to pay a little more than say Walmart or Target, where they buy in bulk. They buy 10,000 of it because they have 10,000 stores, where a mom and pop only buys a small amount. If I can support a small business, I'm going to. That's the first place I'm going to go. Does it cost a little more? Yes, but I don't. Restaurant, same thing. If you go to a mom and pop restaurant, probably going to cost you a little more than going to McDonald's.
I had not experienced this. I'd been told about it before, and I experienced it for the first time maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So for those of you in North Forsyth, Wilkes. I'd never been to Wilkes. Now I actually want to buy a T-shirt at the front of the store of Wilkes. Wilkes is like a small town corner store with like a lot of barbecue items. It's like a small mom and pop grocery store that has a awesome butcher setup on the back end. Great seafood, great food. I mean, it's amazing. But again, it's like this little tiny thing. Now, across the street is Publix. And I can go into Publix and probably spend a little bit less than what I'm doing over there. But because I want the higher end quality stuff, I'm going over there, spending a little bit more and supporting the mom and pop.
One of my favorites, Sherry's Bait and Barbecue. It's on Dawsonville Highway in Gainesville. They have been so wonderful. We used to do this. It was basically take special needs kids fishing. And that was the charity. And it was based out in Seattle. We did this about 5 years in a row, but Sherry's Bait and Barbecue always supported us. They gave us the bait every year for 5 years. They didn't have to do that. And it probably hurt them more than it would hurt, say, a Walmart that you can also buy bait. But the thing that made it so special, and it makes it special to me and it makes it important to me, is they're investing in the community that I live in. They're the ones supporting your high school volleyball
high school
team.
Sports, yeah.
And those little businesses are the ones that are doing the most. Sure, you could reach out to Walmart and go through 50 layers trying to get Walmart to donate $500 to your volleyball team.
Or you can stop at the local gas station, and they're going to make a donation to your basketball team so you can help take that trip you want to take.
And we'll proudly put that little sticker in their window because they want you to know that they care about your community the way you care about your community. That's why this is so important, in my view. It is good to protect our small businesses. It's good to spend $1 or $2 more when you can go to Wilkes Meat Market in Cumming. Look
at that beautiful thing.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Market.
Dude, that big old tomahawk, what is that there in the middle? Good
that's
heavens.
Tomahawk.
Give me that.
I got a sirloin there the other day for the girls.
Yeah.
It was so large that I cooked it, and we cut it in half to give them because it was so large.
Exactly, and then you save the rest of it for another day.
I was like, oh, man, this is going to be huge. Yeah, no, those locals, again, I know that protectionism ended up being this word in the 20th century. That's bad. Oh my God, it's bad. Let's be honest about this. We have a free market economy that isn't exactly a free market economy. Just as the same way that there's not free trade throughout the entirety of the world, everyone is looking to protect their own while getting a piece of yours. We just weren't playing that game for the better part of 100 years.
No, that's right. We were playing with one arm tied behind our back.
We were using tariffs and boycotts and restrictions on those that militarily we needed some sort of influence on. We're not looking to have a military influence on the Japanese or on India. It's like we're doing this because if you want access to our markets, here's the trade-off.
And let me tell you, India, speaking of, there's a little bit of a rub there, right? India has said, well, we got a deal, right? We're gonna secure a 10-15% tariff. And Trump says, well, you're going to continue to buy Russian oil? Well, yeah, we're definitely going to do that.
Well, then no.
Well, then the answer is no. I love how he says, these are the terms. If you want access to the largest economy in all the world.
330 million potential buyers.
And I don't know about you, we got packages coming to the house every day from Amazon, FedEx, UPS. It seems like a daily interaction, whether we're buying something for my son to go back to college, we're buying new toothbrush heads for the Sonicare, whatever it is, we're always consuming something. And the Indians know that, the Chinese know it, everybody knows it, and that's why they've all capitulated. And at some point, I bet Modi, the president of India, goes,
fine,
we got to do it. There's a reason,
Fine.
dude. And let me tell you, because of that, maybe the reason Vladimir Putin's wanting to meet with Donald Trump.
That's the factor. You had Putin, because of their envoy, said that he wanted to meet in person with Donald Trump. Looks like that's going to happen next week. The deal maker. He's just trying to get a deal done. He's trying to be like, okay, stop fighting.
Yeah, that's right. Where are the pain points? Russia says this is what they want. Ukraine says this is what they want. How do I make this work? How does everybody leave getting something, but not everything? And everybody, dude, if he ends this war, Nobel Peace Prize, I bet he wins one. As much as the left will melt down, because those are prizes for leftists. Those are prizes for people that aren't Donald Trump, anybody but Donald Trump. But you already have Cambodia saying we're nominating him for ending the war.
You ended a war that we had going on for a decade.
You have that. You had the 12-day war. You've taken Iran pretty much out of the mix when it comes to nuclear weapons. If you were to end this war in Ukraine and Russia, there's no way you can't. I mean, I guess the leftists who run the Nobel Peace Prize organization will try to their best.
They would sooner cut their tongues off.
Yeah, I know.
But,
dude, if he doesn't, it will be surprising because of all that he's done for peace. The dictator.
Yes.
Has done
evil dictator
has done all this for peace.
How do you think that would be with Aunt Peg when you go, hey, did you see there's a ceasefire that he was able to get done between the Russians and the Ukrainians and the war is over with? He was able to negotiate that?
He's in Putin's pocket.
It just has to be the natural reaction.
It'll be something. It'll be something.
Yes. So in Putin's pocket that he actually ended a war by cutting off the Russians' ability to sell gasoline, to sell fuel to India.
That's why it's so absurd to begin with. That he's in Putin's pocket somehow.
Yes, if he was, he'd be like, buy more.
Yes, right.
Buy
absolutely.
all of it.
Get all of it. Help me out. But it's not, and everybody knows it's not, and Aunt Peg knows it's not. The one that'll get her worse, though, Los, than even ending that war, even ending the war that Cambodia is nominated for that Nobel Peace Prize for, the 12-day war, ending that. Dude, if he gets a Nobel Peace Prize, you want to talk about melt down. It will, you know how they have those videos, it is typically liberal women screaming and crying into their cameras about whatever it is, and they can't wait to post it. Dude, you've seen nothing. And if he wins that, dude, they will drive off of cliffs filming it or live streaming it just to...
They'll Thelma and Louise it?
Yes, just to show their disdain.
This is what I've never understood about the crazy liberal woman outside of her being crazy. None of this really applies to you. It certainly doesn't affect you. And yet, you're going to post your silliness or your craziness or whatever it is because there's a guy in D.C. who's trying to get a deal done between the Russians and the Ukrainians, and if he does, he might get love from an organization that would never acknowledge you or him otherwise.
Yeah.
And that's worth getting that upset about, huh?
Yes, but it is. Dude, what else do they have?
I mean, I get upset about, listen, I want my girls playing against boys. I'd like for you to leave your hand out of my pocket. Please don't try and take my job because I won't take your shot. Like, these are things that actually have a real effect. Whether or not Donald Trump gets a Nobel Peace Prize,
if he does, that's great.
It'd be hilarious just because I would be pointing it out at home to my wife going, hey, see who got that Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah.
It was Donald Trump. And she'll be like, okay.
Another check on the board.
I'd be like, you see how much winning we're doing?
Yeah. But you know what?
You feel how much that winning is?
If he doesn't, I'm not going to film a video about how bad the world is.
You're not going to go complain about it.
No, because it just, okay. It didn't happen. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not looking to be angry about everything, and libs are. They can't wait to find the next thing to be angry about.
It's almost, it gives them some sort of energy and meaning.
Meaning, definitely.
Whereas me...
You take meaning out of seeing your girls growing up.
Listen, I got other priorities. Yeah, as I joked around about it. We'll discuss it all from 6 to 10. If you check out the show on the podcast and you send me some sort of message about it on X, we'll get into it. I'm not arguing with you at 10:30 at night when I'm about to do a show in the morning because I'm like, I'd rather you listen to the show. Why am I arguing with you for free
when I can get paid?
When you can be listening and I get paid in order to have this discussion.
You filthy capitalist. You dirty dog.
I used to think that it was kind of a little bit egotistical out of Neil when he would tell the story about the cafe.
Yeah.
If you haven't ever heard the story, somebody comes up to argue with him in a cafe. He's just having breakfast with his wife about something he brought up on the radio show. And he wrote down a number on a napkin and he gave it to him. And they're like, what's this? He's like, that's just how much you have to pay me to have this discussion right now.
Because that's how much I get paid tomorrow.
Yeah.
Dude.
I was like, it makes a lot of sense.
What you're trying to tell me is Neil Bortz, even though he did a political show for 30 years or whatever the time was and was so successful, that politics weren't his priority. You and I would say the same thing about us. When we're in here, man, we're dialed in, we're talking about it, we're going.
It's time to go.
And we're preparing for it the next day. But it's not the priority. That's not the most important thing in my life.
No, I stopped rolling that rock up the hill, right around like probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I'll still monitor things, but
yeah, sure.
It's like, you know what? I've got to watch Any Given Saturday on Netflix. Like, I got other stuff I've got to do here.
We made the mistake last night. I was coming up. I was, doing my little Charleston country show, and I came up, and my wife was watching a new show on Netflix, and she started watching it because we're both fans of Leanne Morgan, the comedian.
Okay,
she's so funny. If you've never seen her stand up, she's from kind of Knoxville area, so she's Appalachian accent, very similar to mine. Very, very funny woman. We made the mistake of watching her sitcom.
Oh, no.
It's not quite as good.
It didn't deliver?
No.
I'm telling you, it's hard.
It is.
It's not easy to be a comedian and have a sitcom. It's just not. They're typically not written for you. It's just like, here, you're going to play this role. I was like, and you're not doing your act at that point.
That's right. And like her whole act is the fact that she's been married to her husband who sells double-wide mobile homes. And that's real.
Yeah.
He really does. That's part of the act. She talks about their relationship and all the nasty things he wants to do to her when he gets home from work. It's just super funny, especially with that hillbilly accent that she has. And she's like, that's so nasty. It's so good. It just didn't. It didn't show up. It just didn't hit, man.
Gel. Is it the old school, like 3-camera, laugh track, live audience thing?
I don't know about live audience, but yes, it had that kind of Seinfeld Friends soundstage kind of feel to it.
I think that's so old.
It's over.
It's done.
Yeah.
But Tires, like Los said yesterday,
Tires funny.
Earlier this week, Tires is great.
Body, insulting, very non-PC.
Who is this? Is this Shane Gillis?
Gillis.
Shane Gillis. Tires.
You know what I'll do? I'll pull up during the break. They tried to do an entire... it was like an HR meeting on sexual harassment, things you can say and things you can't say.
Yeah.
I'm going to play that for you. And then you'll know, like, okay, that's legit. Like,
is this something we can play on the air or no?
Probably no.
We'll
Which
see.
makes it even better.
You can play anything once.
You know what? I'd like to keep the job. So let's maybe let's skip. We'll just talk about it. And if you want to see it, look it up, man. It's probably a quick Google search for Tires, the TV show. When we come back, 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, 8779 southernexteriors.co. Those worried about the commie takeover of their state are voting with their feet. Next on Extra.
The Morning Extra, Neil Bortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Tom, the honest car guy, honestcarguy.com. Now, Tom won't sell you just tires. You get the whole car. In fact, when you decide what vehicle you want, you just give Tom a call or go to the website, 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1. And at that point, you just tell Tom, make and model. That's it. That's all he needs. At that point, Tom, because of all of his connections within the entirety of the automotive field, he's going to find that vehicle for you. Sometimes it's somewhere around here in Georgia. Other times, one of the people I spoke with that Tom got him taken care of, they found the car in Utah that her son was looking for and got it to their home within just a couple of days. What happens? You are all part of the process. You're going to save thousands of dollars by using Tom to find that vehicle for you because you end up avoiding all the crazy dealership fees and everything that goes along with it. And what do you owe? The honest car guy fee, the honest fee right at the end. That's it. That's what it is. You'll know exactly what that vehicle costs and you'll know exactly what that fee is going to be. And that's it. That's the full transparency. If you want to be on the computer with Tom as he searches for that vehicle, he'll do that with you. If you just want to give him the assignment and say, hey, get back to me, he'll get back to you. One client, he got him a car within 15 minutes. Like, that's how quick Tom can make this thing happen for you. Again, don't go to the dealership and burn 5 or 6 hours. You don't have time to do that. You're too busy. You want to make this easy. Go to honestcarguy.com. That's honestcarguy.com or call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1.
Hey, it's Flounder here, and this month at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we're celebrating love with a full month dedicated to the trend-setting, award-winning designs of Gnome Carver and Crown Ring, two of the most iconic names in bridal jewelry. Whether you're shopping for an engagement ring or wedding bands, we've got the largest selection in Atlanta. Special offers all month long, and every piece is backed by our low price guarantee. even on Gnome Carter's latest Luna collection featuring a patented pillow comfort interior. And here's something you don't want to miss. Wedding Band Weekend is happening August 15th through 17th for 3 days only. Buy one wedding band, get one half off on all wedding bands in the store. It's the perfect time to find your forever rings. Come see us on Peachtree Road in Buckhead, on Old Milton Parkway in Alpharetta, or on Fisher Crossings Drive, Sharpsburg. And you can always shop online at SolomonBrothers.com and click Book Appointment for your private consultation with one of our expert jewelers.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. House GOP leaders cut members loose a day earlier than planned for a 5.5-week August recess. House Speaker Mike Johnson characterized August as, quote, arguably the most important work month on our calendar, as Republicans try to meet with constituents and tout passage of the big, beautiful bill. Johnson called releasing the Epstein files, quote, running roughshod. But Johnson also gaggled with the Congressional Press Corps to combat the narrative that the House was letting out early to avoid dealing with the Epstein issue. Quote, the published schedule of Congress was decided in December of 2024, and it's been published ever since. We are fulfilling the calendar, said Johnson. But the House didn't convene for votes as scheduled on Thursday last week, and even some House Republicans aren't buying Johnson's argument. Quote, I guess we're getting tired of all these 2-hour work weeks up here, complained GOP Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett. But the impasse over the Epstein files forced the House to scrap a bill by Republican Oklahoma Representative Stephanie Bice. And that's one of the reasons the House cashed in early last week. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, August 7th. Over $1 billion in special tax refunds for Georgians have reached bank accounts. The Georgia Department of Revenue says over 3 million refunds have been processed, about 90% of all refunds to be issued. Officials say if you haven't yet received yours, all refunds are expected to be processed by October. Charges have been dropped against a Cobb County man who was accused of trying to kidnap a child at Walmart in Ackworth in March. 56-year-old Mahendra Patel says he was only trying to keep the child from falling out of a cart while directing the mother to the medicine aisle. Security footage supported Patel, showing the mother giving him a thumbs up during the exchange. The Georgia Department of Transportation is asking for public feedback on a proposed passenger rail line to connect Atlanta and Savannah. You can respond on the GDOT website. And the FBI Atlanta office says violent crime is trending downward. Nationally, violent crimes have fallen 4.5% so far in 2024, with Georgia showing an even bigger 10.5% drop. Today's weather partly cloudy with temperatures reaching the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters, and millwork. They can build you a nice screened-in deck on the back of the house if you'd like them to do that for you. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. We've seen it. This is not a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise that people are moving away from bad policy in bad states for taxes to states that make good decisions and have favorable taxes. Hundreds of billions, and I know this sounds crazy, hundreds and hundreds of millions, billions are leaving the state of New York and California, and most of them are moving south.
So I met a neighbor friend of ours over at the pool a couple weeks ago, and she talked about how her and her family had moved from New Jersey, lived there, grew up there, still had family there, and she brought up her property taxes. I think she told me that they were spending, I think it was $22,000 a year in property taxes.
Unreal, dude.
And now, remember, they also have a state income tax there as well.
That's right.
She's like, we are just being taxed to death out of there. She goes, I moved south. And granted, like the area we live in, the home is the home and the taxes are going to be higher. But it's nowhere close.
Not even the same.
We're talking, it's not even 20% of what she was paying before.
People like her are moving south. Listen to this number, dude. Listen to this number of the people that are leaving New York and California specifically.
Look at this, 2 million people. This is on net. That is, how many people moved into Florida minus the number of people who moved out? Almost 2 million.
Wow.
Look at Texas, 1.5 million. And then, what's
this is really most important, though, right? It translates into big-time money.
Look at this money. $200 billion of income has flowed into Florida, and that's probably a low estimate. Texas is second, but you can see what that's telling you is that the people who are moving to Florida, they have a lot of money.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because there's major companies also moving down there and they're taking their employees with them. It's so weird, though, to me, Steve, and we've talked about this for a long time, that a lot of times people will leave a place like New Jersey because of the onerous taxes, the regulations, they can't start a business, they can't raise a family, and then go to somewhere else and still vote the same way. It's weird.
But that's changed, actually.
That is changing, right? So because Florida is kind of proven
Texas is redder today than it's ever been, and Florida is redder today than it's ever been. You know what's happening is all the Republicans out of New York and New Jersey are moving to Florida and Texas. The thing that's really amazing, when you look at these numbers, about $250 billion of investment capital has flown into Florida and Texas.
Right.
You know where most of that has come from?
New York.
And California.
Yeah.
So this...
It's unreal.
Yep.
But the thing that's relieving for me, because it's always been how many times have I brought it up? Don't come here and vote the way you voted there. And they're showing, at least in that model, that it's mainly the people that want away from all the craziness that are coming here, like your neighbor.
Yes, and oftentimes it's the capital, it's the money that's coming. It's the
$200 billion to Florida alone.
It's the company that says we've had it. It's too difficult to run here. And I think it really points out when you look at these states, because remember, states can have regulations as well. That's not just a federal situation. You can have your state regulations. When it becomes very difficult to operate due to regulations in a given state, you have so many of these. Even an In-N-Out burger was like, enough. We're going to Tennessee. It's like, enough. We can't run this way any longer.
That'd be like Chick-fil-A leaving Georgia.
Yeah,
that's the type of.
What kind of conditions did you set up? Where Chick-fil-A said we're bailing,
and that's exactly what happened to In-N-Out. Now let's take it a step further, because you have Mom Donnie in New York talking about how everything's gonna be free. Everything's free. Well, we all know that is bull. Nothing is free. Somebody's paying for it. And you have Pocahontas Warren and him talking about how, no, people, why would anybody leave? We're going to make it better for them. No, you're not. That chart, what they just discussed, shows you how wrong Mom Donnie and Elizabeth Warren are and what that's going to do for New York City.
If you want to listen back, I think it was last Thursday, 8 o'clock hour. That's when we had our interns. It was the last week that they were going to be in the studios before they headed off to college or headed back to where they were headed to. And so we got a chance to sit them down and ask them these questions. And one of the things that we heard from Meadow was, and remember, she's a sophomore at Florida State. She goes, nothing's free.
Yeah, immediately. Like the natural reaction to, and again, she'd been working over on the sports side. She'd been nowhere near us. She's like, well, nothing's free.
And understood that as like a 19, 20-year-old college student.
That's common sense.
So when you have these people in New York that are telling you, well, it's all free, it's like those have to be weird buzzwords to anyone who, if you live in kind of that tier where I don't make a lot of money and I don't have a lot of responsibility, and so suddenly if you tell me that you're taking away my transit bill and you're taking away, my ability to maybe run to the grocery store here and there.
Childcare, too.
And childcare is a possibility. Okay, that might be a little bit of appealing. But if you, and especially in New York's expensive. There's a reason why. If you ever want to know the difference in New York and everywhere else, go look at job postings for New York and see how much that they're going to give you. Like, it's significantly more money that you'll make in New York for somewhere else.
Yeah, but because
of the expenses are there.
All into it.
So what happens? So what happens when they're talking about free stuff for these other people? It's going to be on you. Exactly, the person who's making some money there to pay for it.
That's exactly right. And here's the other thing. And you can give me this soapbox for just a minute. Born and raised in Northwest Georgia, I've been told my whole life how dumb Southern people are, how dumb traditional values are. And this is my big bird finger in the air. I told you so. I'm so sick of hearing that. I'm so tired of hearing it. And it's been proven again and again and again, doing things the way we've done it in these southern states when it comes to individual freedoms, when it comes to freedom of speech, when it comes to low taxation, when it comes to traditional values. We've had it right the whole time. I've been told my whole life, 48 years, that, it's them dumb Southern people. They're so dumb down there. Uh-oh. All of a sudden, we don't look so stupid, do we? Because y'all all moving here.
We have economies here. Now, granted, nothing's California. California is huge,
yeah, it's the
has
fifth
all the
largest
natural resources.
in the
yes,
world.
It's what it is.
Yeah.
But we have economies here that are advantageous to people that are entrepreneur in nature and want to start business. There's a reason why people want to be in the state of Tennessee.
That's right.
Texas, Florida. Now,
absolutely.
I know that when I look at the property taxes in Texas, there's a part of me that goes, all right, I get that why my property taxes are significantly less, but I do have a state income tax.
That's right. Yeah, it's a balance.
Because there's a part of me that goes, man, if we could just get rid of the state income tax, that would be great. Yeah, but you're going to get the money one way or another.
Yeah, do you pay it in groceries?
Where are you going to catch it?
Because that's what Tennessee, there's a tax on grocery. In Georgia, there's no tax on your groceries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit, it's
or
just
at least,
set up a little
at
differently.
least some of the groceries.
There's items that are subject to taxation versus others that are not.
Vegetables, healthy foods, fruits, and stuff like that. I think there's no, I think that's the way it goes.
You have to pay taxes on all your sodas.
That's right. Now all your...
you just can't stop yourself.
And all your beer.
I got all my beer.
Yeah, that's right. But that's the thing that I see is just people saying, okay, I've had enough. And the only thing that Mom Donnie, when that happens, and I feel convinced that it will, he's polling above 50% already. When that happens, and you're going to see people who don't typically vote Republican also leaving the state. You're going to have people that are just like, we can't do this anymore.
So my wife has basically her best friend when she was growing up. Went to college together, in each other's weddings, both, maid of honor each way, all that sort of good stuff. She even made it a point with her and her husband and their young son. They're like, we can't do this here anymore in California. And she was there for a good 20 years. They moved to a small town in North Carolina. Small, quiet town.
Love it.
Everything's affordable, a lot more chill, a lot easier to raise a family.
Less to be angry about.
Yeah. This is what they decided. They were just like, we're getting out. We're done. Like, we're going to move all the way across the country to something a little bit more simple.
And when you point out that in just businesses alone, this is not just individuals, but businesses, $200 billion. I have a hard time wrapping my head around the size of that number. $200 billion moved to Florida alone. Moved to Florida alone. Can you imagine if you took North Carolina and Georgia and Tennessee and Florida and Texas and Louisiana, wherever, all these southern states where it's more advantageous to live because the taxes are lower and people stay out of your business. Can you imagine what that number would be just from those two states alone for all the Southeast? It would be astronomical.
The other part to me is this, Tug, because we talk about, obviously the sororities and fraternities and what they're doing and how difficult it is now to get into SEC schools.
Because everybody wants to be there.
There is this yearning for freedom. And part of me thinks that a lot of that comes from the people that dealt with 2020 moving forward. Like those kids suddenly that were like, wow, freedom can be taken away pretty quickly. I want to be in a place that's pretty free. And a lot of them gravitated towards Southern universities.
Well, because those are the only ones open.
They were the only ones that were free.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, you were paying for it. But I'm just saying, as you even brought it up, at Auburn, they were number one in the country for free speech.
That's right.
In little old Auburn, Alabama.
Number one.
Remember, that's supposed to be, you're in the boonies,
Bunch of racist.
Dumb Southern redneck racists.
Yep.
Number one for free speech. Georgia Tech in the top 10.
In the top 10. Dead last, Harvard. I thought that was the bastion of freedom of speech. I thought that was the bastion of freedom. Turns out
it's the place you go for indoctrination.
That's exactly right.
But I think it all kind of couples together at this point.
I do too.
Where it's you have young people heading here. You have people that are obviously more mature. You have retirees that head this direction because they want to get the tax benefits that go along with it. people are moving to these areas. In California, for the first time in their state's history, it's now 5 straight years they're losing population. That had never happened until 2021.
And then you throw in the cultural victories too. That's not even the most. I mean, well, it's pretty important to me, but it's not even. But when you break it all out, that's probably the one that people look at the least, because they're going to look at the dollar signs, because that's what gets the headlines. $200 billion. I understand why it gets the headlines, but when you see those kids that are comfortable making a video about, joining our sorority, or you see, here's the other thing, you see American Eagle outfitters get the backlash from that small minority of people, and they didn't budge.
Not at all. In fact, people started buying all their stuff. In fact, and this was the genius aspect of what they did. If I am a parent, and I am, and I need to get my kid a pair of jeans, and it doesn't really matter what kind of jeans they're going to wear, let's go to American Eagle, see if you like a pair.
Why not? Why not just throw them a bone?
Yeah. And that happened to the tune of like a 30% rise in their stocks, and to the point where they were being bought out of their jeans, because the more that the left screamed about it, the more it was, well, why don't we do this? Again, we don't organize boycotts, but we just decide we're not buying something, or we decide, hey, let me go buy more of that.
We are going to. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. This is not like an organized deal. Hey, let's all go over to American Eagle and buy something. It was just, if it's going to upset Aunt Peg, baby girl, let's put you in a pair of American Eagle jeans, and you rock those things to her house when we're over there on Sunday.
The new right, as Los calls it.
That's what we do. We have lived long enough, Tug, where now what we're doing is cool. And I don't specifically ever look to be cool or anything. I don't try to dress it. I don't try to go anywhere. I always talk about it. If I show up somewhere, I'm not looking to be seen. I'm just looking to put a pair of headphones in and listen to a show and have a beer.
Yeah.
But now that's cool.
Yeah, right.
A lot of this stuff is cool.
Absolutely.
Keeping to yourself, supporting freedom, it's all cool.
Donald Trump's back in hip-hop songs.
He's cool.
He is. He's the coolest of the cool band. And it was funny because I was never even a Trump fan. I mean, never. I never watched The Apprentice. I didn't do anything about him.
He's Fonzie. And what's Fonzie like?
Yeah, very cool.
He's cool.
He taps on the jukebox and it starts playing. Donald Trump probably owns the jukebox. It just says, go over there and hit B17.
We're going to be like 3 little Fonzies on this radio show.
That's exactly right. When we come back on Extra 106.3, we'll play you a little bit of Chelsea's mom, in case you missed it earlier. Why the left will not ever win dudes back again. This is an example of it. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, August 7th. The Atlanta Braves were swept out of Truist Park by the Milwaukee Brewers, including a 5-4 loss last night. Next up, a 4-game series with the visiting Miami Marlins. It'll be Carlos Carrasco getting another start for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Yuri Perez. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NFL, it's an off day for the Atlanta Falcons. From training camp, the team will host the Detroit Lions tomorrow night at Mercedes-Benz Stadium to open up their preseason schedule. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, it's Tug. Me and my wife talking about how we need to do some things on the exterior of our home, because we already replaced windows, replaced the doors. What we would like to do is screen in that back deck. I had no idea that was called millwork. I had no clue. Southern Exteriors has taught me that. We would like to extend our deck and make it a nice outdoor place and not get eat up by the mosquitoes, because we have so many trees. Like the majority of our property is trees, not even that usable. But we like to sit out back, and this would be great for us. So we're kicking around ideas. What do we want to do now that our son, we're not having to pay for college anymore? We have some more income to upgrade the home, to make it as it was when we moved in, the apple of our eyes, you might say. If you want to do something similar to your home, make it the envy of your cul-de-sac, make it the envy of your neighborhood, reach out to Southern Exteriors, because they can give your home a facelift. They can give you new doors that are energy efficient. They can give you new windows that you can actually open that are also energy efficient. You'll see the difference in your power bill. Heck, as much as electricity costs these days, much power bill will come back. saving in that energy bill, and the power bill might pay for those windows altogether. You have to do the math, but I can tell you who can do the work. That is Southern Exteriors. They'll give you 10% off any job, no matter how big: windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters, millwork. Or you can take and do 12 months, 0% financing. Here's how you get a hold of them: 877-9-SOUTHERN, or go to southernexteriors.co.
Compact outside, the all-electric EQB 250 Plus SUV is big on space, style, and smart ideas. With available seating for 7, a digital voice assistant, and MB navigation with electric intelligence, the EQB is born from a forward-thinking family and built for yours. Get an exceptional offer on the all-electric 2025 EQB 250 Plus SUV. Just $299 per month for 36 months with $48.93 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers, exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through July 31st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Hey, it's a Kimmer talking about Stovall.
Yeah, I just wanted to brag on Stovall. I went up there and actually got a quote on some of their material up there, and he gave me the quotes I wanted, but he said what would work best, they don't carry, and referred me to one of their competitors. That's how good they are. And sure enough, he was right. The material he was talking about that they don't carry, it's actually going to work best for me. So I've got that on the way, and it all worked out well. Makes me want to go back and buy something from them now.
Folks, when it comes to landscaping supplies, start at Stovall. 11 locations around Atlanta. Online at StovallInc.com.
Gentlemen, listen up. When it's not hard, it's really hard. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 have some form of ED? It's true, and I'm one of them. ED followed me everywhere. Heck, even my initials are ED. I'm Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia, and I know ED. It can lead to feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there's good news. I can fix it. I fixed mine, and I can fix yours too. At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, we are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, trimix to create an erection, and more. Guys, ED won't get better on its own, but I can help you today. Call us at 404-777-1911. That's 404-777-1911, or learn about us more online at tbtofga.com. So take it from me, ED, Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Call 404-777-1911 or online at tbtofga.com.
The Morning Extra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Tug and Los getting ready to hand this thing off to the Glenn Beck program, which will have Secretary Kristi Noem from Department of Homeland Security talking about their plan to handle these continuous violent attacks on ICE officers. That, as we head into the Glenn Beck program, then Clay and Buck, local afternoon show starting at 3 with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Here on Extra, I'm not asking everybody to be a historian, right? I mean, history is... There's so much history. I mean, you can't know it all, right? You can't. But you should probably know the basics.
You can try.
You should probably know the basics of, some of the things that you might talk about on your talk show.
You would think that a basis of knowledge of, let's say, the founding of the country would be important. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah.
Like if I was to say, all right, so was the founding of the country treasonous?
Yes, it was.
Absolutely.
You have that T-shirt. Was it the one you got this year?
Treason is the reason for the season.
For the 4th of July.
I mean, that's what it says. The other one that I have is, it's only treason if you lose. And
right.
It's George Washington with a pair of sunglasses on.
Let's go.
Because remember, hey, we won.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, we got a country.
To victor goes the spoils.
Was it treason? Yes.
Yes, it was.
All right, so I was reminded about this. This was 2 years ago. And this ends up being good old Al Sharpton over at MSNBC.
Gotta love that guy.
And now, every single time that these people would go down the road of like January 6th or anything else, hey, your emotions are showing. All right? Like, that's what it would turn into. All right, so this is 2 years ago. Donald Trump is not in office as of yet. He is running for president. They're at the time they're calling him, still the insurrectionist, and they're trying to get him removed off the ballot in Maine and Colorado, which the Supreme Court stepped in and was like, no, you can't do that. So that's the game that's being played as of this point. Here's Al Sharpton with a really good grip on history.
One day, our children's children will read American history. And can you imagine our reading that James Madison or Thomas Jefferson tried to overthrow the government so they could stay in power? That's what we're looking at. We're looking at American history.
You haven't read your history book, sir.
Could you imagine they tried to overthrow the government?
Oh, wait. They did. They didn't try. They did.
Fairly comfortable saying that all the founding fathers were treasonous.
Yes, they were, and would have been hung had they lost.
They actually said, we're starting a new country, and our sovereign is no longer that.
I need to go back. I want to look at the faces. Let's see if I can play this just to myself, because I just want to see the faces of the people when he says this, because I can only imagine that everybody sitting on that set goes, ooh. Because how do you save him? There's not a safety net for that.
There's no saving that sort of, I mean, let's face it, that's just pure ignorance.
Without a doubt. And at least in this cut, there's they stop it immediately, so you don't have the reaction of the three other people sitting at the table with Al Sharpton. I mean, I just have to think in their heads, they're like, oh no.
But this also goes to a mentality from summer of 2020. And I remember I'd call it a discussion. This one person I known him for a long time. He was a little bit hot-headed over what was going on during that summer. People let their emotions run. Me, I was like, well, this is bad. This doesn't look good.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are really running with this thing. This all looks orchestrated. But that was my opinion. I mean, I was first person at the radio station. It's like, BLM is some BS. People are like, oh my God, you can't say that. Yeah. No, you can never say that. Don't ever say that on the air. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
I'll try not to.
Yeah. Thankfully, we don't have those bumpers here on Extra.
So with all that being said, I remember telling a friend of mine, why do you continue to back the party of 1960s dogs and hoses?
And their answer?
They thought it was Republicans.
Oh, of course they did. Of course, right. Of course.
So when you talk about a general lack of knowledge of history,
it's not just Al Sharpton.
It was the 60s Southern Democrats that were like, we're going to turn hoses on you and dogs, and you're not going to protest the way you think you are.
That's right. Yeah.
But the general mentality is, well, I mean, those people were all just Republicans. I'm like, yeah, right.
You have to realize the party of Lincoln was the Republican Party.
There's a lack of understanding.
It totally is. And
if a guy like Al Sharpton can have that little understanding, then what is a regular person who's just paying a little bit of attention to have a chance?
Dude, but you have to have the desire too, though.
Yes.
You have to want to know. And if you're just comfortable with listening to what people feed you, that's why we have people like my Aunt Peg, who's glued to MSNBC right now, and she's probably losing their mind because of the mRNA RFK taking the $200 million in research grants away from companies using them
mRNA
to research.
Technology. Yeah, it's not ready. You had the people that said, like Robert Malone, who holds patents. It's like 8 different patents for mRNA technology. He flat out was like, this is not ready for prime time. Okay. If you listen to the media, they were like, this guy's a quack. Who is this dude? Why is he saying these things? All you had to do is go back a little bit into history or listen to the guy when you talk about how the development of the technology came in. Again, a basis of knowledge on a handful of things goes a long way.
But they were so in bed with the Democrats, they would take whatever the Democrat talking point was and amplify it.
It's just easier to pretend like, well, we're looking at history. I mean, could you imagine if Thomas Jefferson or James Madison had revolted?
Tried to overthrow the government?
If they suddenly tried to overthrow the government, I'm like, what
That's exactly what they did.
That's exactly what happened. It's like...
At least try. But
at least try.
Just try a little
bit. Just try a little bit.
But they won't.
I'm not saying you have to sit through a 3-hour podcast, but I got one for you if you want. From like 2021, where I remember sitting through 3 hours of a podcast and went, I didn't know who this guy was. Now I do. All right, you got my ear. Like, I still have that on my phone.
Is that the Malone one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one is still shocking when you go back and listen to that thing. In the same way that when we had summer of 2020, like I went back and watched all of the Lincoln Douglas debates. Because I was
you shared those with me.
I was like, I want a deeper understanding of where this came from history. And after like 9 hours worth, I'm like, I feel pretty good about this. So whenever we would have this discussion, at least it wasn't on air at the time, but when I would have this discussion in the office, I'm running circles around people.
Yeah, because I remember
and all they had was whatever Rachel Maddow told them.
Right.
You know?
Or Al Sharpton.
Don't
leave the good reference.
Can you believe if Thomas Jefferson was an insurrectionist?
What would you do?
I can't believe it's in history.
Yeah, right. How about
2-year anniversary of going, what did you just say?
And has he ever backtracked?
Of course not.
Has he ever said, you know what,
I missed that one, guys.
Swinging a miss.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't thinking that
I was a little bit off on that.
I would at least be like, oh my gosh, I had a headache and I had COVID or something.
If there was Scott Jennings had been there, if it had been on a different network, he would have just been, when you're not race baiting, I think you're getting history pretty wrong here.
Dude, he would do his classic when they say something so stupid where he just tilts his head and looks into the camera.
Goes, what was that?
That's exactly what he'd be doing to the good reverend.
That's when the horrors come in.
Yes, that's right. You got to watch out. That's when bad things happen. Absolutely nuts. 2-year anniversary of Al Sharpton. Congratulations, Rev. Thanks for being known for something crazy and something that we can point out and point out what your party's about, what your level of research and even care is about in the show that you do. Can you imagine think about the things he says that don't get fact checked, that are not so obvious.
Yeah. Where people just go, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'll take that.
I did enjoy during that time period of The View because the concern about Donald Trump suing news organizations. You want to call him a rapist? Well, you're going to cost CBS this amount of money. You want to get just whatever you're going to do, make sure you have it factually correct. I enjoyed The View when they were having to pause the show to go back through things they had said to make sure they were factually accurate.
That's exactly
how funny was that? They would sit there and they'd do a segment, and then they'd have to stop and then go back because their producers were like, here are the things that you don't have correct on this one.
Here's the other thing about that. Remember they said the reason they took Colbert off is to curtail the lawsuit that CBS was facing as they were trying to merge with Skydance? Catherine Herridge is reporting CBS complaint still an open proceeding at the FCC. We did not close it when we approved the transaction. So everything they told you then, that they were just doing it, they were just taking Colbert off the air to end this lawsuit, shows you they had no idea what they were talking about because it still continues to the second.
Guess the narrative wasn't correct.
Again, what? I know it's hard to believe, hard to wrap your head around that the things you hear on the news at night, if you still watch it, aren't correct. We'll leave it there. Thank you for being here. Beck's up next for Front Office Los and Jure. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.